Hey, hello everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, please?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. All right, so let's start the session. And today we are going to
Yes, sir.
start with, yeah, thanks, Barco. Thanks for the confirmation. So today we are going to start with our very second domain in our special purpose. So we call that particular one as a special purpose domain. Correct. So just allow me a moment. I will start this one. Just give me a second. All right. So this one, how do we want to start it and what exactly it is? First, we are going to have a little bit of information about it, and later on we are going to discuss in detail about it. Okay. So just to have a quick recap. So we started with our special purpose domains, correct? That is the first topic that we have discussed here. So we call them as special purpose domains. All right. So what are the various special purpose domains are there? As per our SDTM implementation guide 3.2, because we are strictly following 3.2 as per that particular one. So we have four. Primarily, we are going to discuss about four domains. So what are them? First one is going to be the parent domain for entire clinical trials, which is nothing but demographics. Correct. This is a parent domain for everything, and we have a clear understanding about this particular domain by now. So where we have the details about what data will flow into this, what is going to be our input file, like how the data will process, what are the dates we are going to have, what are the required variables we have, what are the expected variables and permissible variables which are part of this. Then the very next domain here is going to be, we can call this as comments domain, a very simple domain which will primarily deals about all the investigator comment. Give me a second, my keyboard is just playing with me. Just a second. Yeah, my second domain that I would like to have a discussion is nothing but my comments domain. So my comments domain is going to be having the details about what are going to be the comments which are given by the investigator during the course of my study. During my entire course of the study, whatever are going to be the comments that are given by the investigator, all of them will be part of this, which will be called it as the comments domain. That is the second one. So the first domain is going to be a demographics domain, and the very second domain is going to be the comments domain. For this, I have already informed you. For the comments domain, I'm going to give you the recording. Right, a very simple one. I'll share the recording with you. You just go through the recording and let me know if you get any questions. Correct. So I'll share the recordings by tonight. Then after this, we have something called subject elements, a very important domain, which is going to be one of the primary domain or one of the main domain to understand your clinical study. What is that? If you want to understand your clinical study, what exactly it is, what are the elements of this particular study, you mandatorily need to go with this particular one. So we are going to discuss about this today. Followed by, you are also going to have something called subject visits. It is nothing but what are the various visits that are performed by the subjects during the entire study. That is nothing but SV domain. So what and all then? The first thing is going to be your general purpose domain. The second thing is going to be your subject elements and subject visits. All these are going to be the ones that we are going to discuss under the special purpose domains. So before I start with subject elements today, anyone have any questions? Any questions? All right.
No, sir.
Wonderful. Cool. So now we are going to discuss about the subject elements domain. Okay, so before I start with what is the subject elements, what we are going to deal here, so I just want to give a brief introduction about this particular one, but not from the clinical perspective. Let's try to understand from non-clinical perspective first. So for that, I have developed a very simple diagram here. You can see this particular one. See, consider whatever the diagram you can see here is going to be the lifespan of a person. Whatever from here to here you are going to have is nothing but the complete lifespan of a person. Okay, let's say that a person was born in 1970. This is the place where the person was born. Then he attended the preschool, right? By 13th June, that is, he started with the he born and he started with the school from 1910 to 1914 is going to be the preschooling period. From there, 1914 to 2025, this is the schooling period. From 25 to 30 is the high school period. So this is going to be the schooling period. This is going to be the high school period. And then from 1900 to 1932, this person doesn't have any job. So he's completely unemployed. So she is completely unemployed. Then by 1932, the person have entered into her professional career and almost that particular person has served for 38 years. This is completely the professional life, right? The job she have employed for almost 38 years. And in the 1970, she have retired and gracefully by 1980, the person is dead. The person is no more. So if you have a quick look into this particular one, we can clearly see that these are nothing but different stages in the life. Correct? These are nothing but different stages in the life. Each stage will start with certain parameter and ends with certain parameter. Correct? I can also call this as a start rule and an end rule. That is, if I consider any of the person's life, in every person life, there are different stages between birth to death. Correct? This may not be same for everyone. Someone may have unemployment, someone may not have it, someone may have the early retirement. After that, there will be business period. There will be different cases, right? It is not going to be the same case all the time, right? It is not going to be the same case all the time. So what should we do now in this particular case, right? We generally, irrespective of whatever the lifespan of the person is, whatever is going to be the different stages, each stage we are going to differentiate. Each stage we are going to differentiate, or we are going to define with a proper start and end rule. Am I correct? All of you accept that? So maybe I can just scroll down a little so that you can understand what I try to mean here. All right, so I just scroll this one a little and I can see here, you can see a person assume that she born by 1910, this is the birth. Then she enrolled into the school by 1914, right? That is after 4 years she have joined the school. She completed the schooling and she have joined the high school by 1925. She completed the high schooling by 1930. Then between 1930 to 1932, this span, the person doesn't have anything. That is unemployed. 1932, the employment has been started and she have retired in the year 1970 and she have gracefully expired on 1980. So this pretty much giving up the complete details. But how we are coming to this particular details, how we are defining each span, we can say that now if I write this as a phases of the school, phases of the life, the first phase is going to be the preschool. Here, how I'm defining this particular one, I'm saying that preschool is nothing but from the time of birth to she entered into that, she enrolled into she have enrolled into my school. Till that particular period will be called it as preschooling. Correct? So how you're defining it? From the time of from the date of the birth to till the date of enrollment. Correct? The same enrollment will become my start date for the school. The end date of your schooling is becoming the start date of the high schooling. Am I correct? This is how we are defining it, right? So now each phase, you can call it as element code. Each phase description, you can call it as element. Each stage start date, you can call it as your subject element start date. Each date end date, you can call it as subject element end date. First of all, are you able to understand what I'm trying to convey here? All of you can have a quick confirmation. All I'm trying to say here is, if I consider any person the complete lifespan from birth to death, if I simply group them into different events or different categories, each of the category will have a start date and end date. That category, I'm calling it as element code. The complete name of that particular category I'm calling as the element. We have the start date and we have the end date. Those are nothing but the start date and end date of your phase. Is that correct, guys? There is nothing I can say that clinical or anything here. I'm trying to explain this from the perspective of a regular person. Is that correct? All of you accept this? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is straightforward, right? Whatever we have discussed so far is straightforward, correct? So now what we are trying to do here is the same thing I'm going to take. Instead of a non-clinical example, now I try to put this into the clinical domain. All right. So what will happen here is, if you remember, all of you, I'm just giving a light, not a complete, but a very light introduction to how the design will happen within the clinical trials. I'm talking about the design now. Whatever the domains we are talking here, for an example, you can see demographics, comments, subject elements, or events, or interventions, or findings. These and all contains the original data. But ideally speaking, these are the domains first we are going to start with, or first we are going to design with. So what are them? We can call them as TA stands for trial arm, TE stands for trial elements. What is that? This is called as your trial elements domain. A very, very important one. So these are, you can also call it as a design domains. If I want to go with the design, I need to start from here. I need to design these first. Only after design this, I'm going to load the data. So what I'm trying to explain now, I'm trying to explain a trial element domain. Right. Anyways, we are going to discuss them in the trial domains maybe later part of the time. But for now, what we do here is, this T stands for trial element. This is going to define in your clinical trial. What is that? In your clinical trial, what are the various elements are there and how to define them. This part will be done by trial elements domain. Again, you can ask me, Murli, from where you will get this particular one? How do I know that which one is going to be my element? All right. But in general, irrespective of any clinical trials, these elements are going to be the same one, right? Because in general, the different elements that we are going to have is, first, the subject enters into the study. That is nothing but he or she volunteers for the study. Then first thing is, we are going to write the ICF. ICF stands for your informed consent form, right? Only if the ICF is signed, the people who have signed the ICF will enter into the screening. Am I correct? This we have already discussed. The people who have selected the screenings, in the screening, what is going to happen? Screening is the phase where I'm going to have my inclusion and exclusion criteria. The people who have cleared this inclusion and exclusion criteria will enter into the run-in. This run-in approach I'll explain later, no need at this particular point of time. Once the run-in is completed, we will go to the randomization. Randomization is not a phase, it is the process. Once the randomization is completed, the subject enters into the treatment phase. Once the treatment is completed, we will go ahead with the follow-up. Can I say that irrespective of whatever is going to be the study, can I say these are the elements of that particular study? Every one of you accept that? Yes or no? Irrespective of whatever the study is, this is going to be the only thing. I have the subject will come, the subject need to sign the ICF, then enter into the screening, then run in. Run in may be a hi Muni. I can see you have joined. Yeah, by default you're on mute. You're not able to hear my voice. Okay, just give me a second, guys. Issue from your side, please check. Maybe a region. Okay. Okay, no issues. Let's proceed. So all I'm talking here is going to be the run-in, whatever the run-in period that I'm saying, this is optional. Not all the trials will have this particular run-in period, right? This will be called as a run-in period. We'll discuss this in detail later. But irrespective of anything, whatever is going to be the design, so the subject will enter, sign the informed consent form. After that, enter into the screening, randomization will happen, treatment will start, and follow-up is the one which with that particular one, my entire study will be completed. All of you accept this? This we have discussed multiple times. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Now, yeah, the same thing I'm coming with here. Firstly, we need to refer TE domain to understand the elements. The TE domain is nothing but, whatever the TE domain we are talking about, which is nothing but the trial element. An element is a building block for the creating the study cell. Maybe you can talk about this particular one later. Okay, so first, how I am going to understand this? You can see, consider the example of a clinical trial. A subject enrolls into a trial and signs the informed consent form, randomized to receive the treatment, and then comes to the follow-up. Correct? These three phases, just of whatever I have mentioned, the same one. Now, ET code is nothing but element code. Your element is nothing but the description, just like this. You can see the phase of the life, description of the phase. The phase of the life, you can call it as the ETCD, element code, and description of the phase, you can call it as the element name. Now, here we have the start date and end date, right? In general, while designing, you don't have the dates. You don't generally have the dates. What you are going to have is, during the design, you are going to have the details about the rules. Mean to say, okay, let's take this particular one. We know when the person is born. Do you know exactly on which day we are going to, start the preschooling for this particular person? We don't know. But approximately we know that after 4 years from the time of birth, we are going to join the person into the preschooling. Am I correct? The date will not be accurate by this time, correct? But all we know is, we know that the person definitely need to join the school maybe in the 4 years after the date of birth. From there, if you elapse 4 years, we're definitely going to have the person joins into the preschooling. So what we can say is, if I want to define the preschooling stage, or if I want to define the schooling stage, what I can say, the time of joining the school is nothing but when you have enrolled into the school, is nothing but the start of the phase. Correct? The moment you enroll into your school is nothing but your start of the school phase. The moment you enroll into the high school, that is going to be the end of your schooling phase. Am I correct? How I am defining the stage start and end date? I'm saying that The moment you enroll into the schooling, which is nothing but my start of my schooling period. The moment you enroll for the high school, that is going to be the end of my schooling period. Am I correct? I'm defining the rule here. I'm not defining the dates. Can you differentiate that logic, all of you? Can I have a quick confirmation? Every one of you. You understand what I'm trying to say, guys?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So my overall element works in the same way. We don't define the rules here. You are going to have TESTRL, TENRL. This is trial. I'm talking about the trial domain. That is before starting of my entire data, while designing my study, I only have information about when this ICF will start and when the ICF will end. Now you can see this particular one. My screening will start right after my signing the informed consent. You can see this diagram if you have a reference. Only the people who have signed the informed consent enter into the screening. Correct? So what is the starting point for this particular screening? The people who have completed or who have already signed your informed consent form. Correct? That is what I'm talking here. See.
Your voice is breaking, sir. For me,
Uh,
I don't know.
how about others? Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey,
For
I
me, it's
think
clear.
It's fine
Spandana,
for me.
yeah, Spandana, it's a issue from your end.
Yeah, sure, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe you can rejoin. Yeah, all right, perfect. So now what I'm trying to say here is in the trial domain. So first we need to go for the design. So in the designing phase, we are going to consider trial elements. In the trial elements, we are going to define what is my element code is, what is my element name is, what is the starting rule, or I can say that start rule for this element, and what is the end rule for this element. Only these four we are going to define here. So what I'm trying to define here, so suppose if I say that screening, my first element code is going to be screening, SCRN. The name is going to be screening. I'm saying that how my screening is going to start means after ICF sign. The moment the subject has signed the ICF, my screening is going to start. When it is going to be end, the moment my subject has taken the first study drug, dose of first study drug. The moment the subject has taken the first drug, automatically I can say that this particular screening is completed. Yes or no, guys? The moment you sign your ICF, your screening started. Your screening ended the moment you take your first study drug. Taking the first study drug is nothing but you enter into the treatment phase. Correct? So which is nothing but my treatment phase, right? TRT. What is my TRT? Treatment phase. When this is going to be start, the moment you take the first drug, it is going to start. When it will be end, the moment you come for the follow-up, it is done. Yes or no? So all we try to define here is going to be, we are going to say that the moment that the date of your informed consent sign is nothing but the start of your screening. The moment you take the first drug, automatically that is going to be a end. Right? The same thing will start for the treatment. The same thing will go ahead with the follow-up as well. Right? So this information I'm going to take it, and as per this information, I'm going to create the subject elements domain, the one that we are going to discuss. So what is that? First, I will design. First, we are going to design. So once we design this particular one, then we are going to enter into the regular phase, and the regular phase is going to be, you can also call this particular one as a subject elements phase, right? Again, this trial elements we are going to discuss in discussing your trial domains. Don't worry. This is nothing but just a heads up for our today's discussion. Can I get a quick information from everyone that what is going to be your entry point for subject elements? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Yes or no? Anyone have any questions? Is this understandable, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, how I'm going to define this? Yes, please. Someone having a question, please ask me. Bhargav.
No, no, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay. Now, this is ET code. You can see 8 element code is going to be screening. Then it is a screening period. Now scroll right. So when I have signed my my informed consent form, that is called date of ICF, date of first treatment, date of first treatment, data follow up, end of study or discontinued date. From where I will get this information? That there's supposed to be domain. That domain will have all this information, right? Look at this. Let's say there is a subject. I'm talking about the subject element domain. See, my date of ICF when I have signed this particular informed consent form, which is actually stored in a domain called DS. DS stands for disposition domain. In my total list, if you look into this, can you see there is a domain called disposition domain? This domain will capture the complete subject progress in my clinical trial. That is when he have signed the informed consent form. What are the various protocol milestones? Yes, please, Bhargav.
Sir, in demographics also, we are collecting RF, ICDTC, informed consent data and type.
Yes, you will collect that particular one, but only date part will be available there. So whatever RFIC data will be there in the demographic, the same data only will enter into the disposition. The difference between your demographics and your disposition is demographic is going to give you the complete subject level data. From the subject point of view, it is going to give the data. This particular one, the same subject, the complete progress, I mean to say. So when the subject has signed it, ICF, after that, when the subject is randomized, ICF and randomized, these two are called protocol milestones. These two are called protocol milestones. In addition to that, this disposition domain will also talk about the treatment details, or you can also call that as disposition events. Those events are going to be when the subject has actually taken the first dose, that is nothing but when the treatment is started, which is almost equivalent to, that is treatment start date. Can someone tell me what is this treatment start date? From where I will get this information? What is treatment start date?
In informed consent, in CRF, informed consent form. I think.
RF, XST.
Exactly, Bhargav. Spandana. ICF sign is nothing but RFICDTC. This is RFICDTC.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when I have signed it. This one, when
Okay,
the subject
treatment
has,
started, you have, right?
yeah. This is
Okay,
RFX
got.
XSTDTC. It is not again RFSTDTC, it is
Even
RFXSTDTC. Yes,
because even RFSSTDTC also like a treatment start date, right? Why you are saying like a treatment RFXSTDTC?
I think Spandana, your maybe demographics you haven't followed completely, but no problem. I'll explain this because I have explained all the dates. What are the differences between them in the demographics? But I'll explain one more time, not an issue. See,
Okay, sure, sir. Thank you.
RFSTDTC, no problem, no problem. RFSTDTC is nothing but it's a planned, that is, what is your treatment start date? Planned reference treatment start date. Mean to say, before I start, that is before I start with my collection of the data, I say that, hey, I want to give the treatment, I want to start the treatment by, let's say 2022 09 14th morning 10 a.m. This is what I planned. This is your RF-STDTC. Now, your
Mm-hmm.
RF-STDTC is nothing but it's the exposure. It is the actual date, or I can also say that when the subject has exposed to the first study treatment. When the subject is exposed to the first study treatment. For an example, if the subject has taken the study drug exactly by this particular time, in that particular case, your planned date and actual date, both of them are same, and you can simply say that your RF-STDTC and RF-XTDTC are going to be the same. Hypothetically, in very
Okay.
rare scenarios, these are going to happen. Okay, let's say you planned for 10 a.m. Let's say the subject has taken the first drug by 10:30. The date remains going to be the same. The timestamp has been changed, right? This is what you have planned, but this is what actually happened. This is the time when he or she exposed to the treatment for the first time. So this is going to be your treatment start date. The same thing is also
Got
happened for RF. The remaining two will be there now. What are them? RF ENDTC, RF XENDTC. The same thing will happen to them as well. What are them? So when you have planned to end your
it.
treatment,
Okay.
but actually, when was the last time the subject has taken the study drug? That is your RF XENDT. Make sense? Right? The only difference is going to be what is actual and what is going to be the planned. That is the difference. Okay. Then, in addition to this, yeah, you have one more date from the DM domain, which is nothing but RFPENDTC, remember, which is going to be the end participation date. When is the last time the subject has participated in the study? All right. Again, it can be multiple chances will be there. What are them? He might have
Same like
discontinued
a
from this.
RFE and DTC.
No, it is not RFENTTC. It is not. Why means
Might be it will discontinued, it will goes to the death, right? So remaining it will be
no. Still, there are different issues. I'll tell you what are them. RF end participation date. Let's say that the subject, no adverse event happens, nothing, everything went properly. When he comes for the follow up, that is going to be the last time he is participating in the study. Correct? After the treatment, you have the follow up. Your follow up is different from your treatment date, right? Your end treatment date is different from your follow up date, right? So my follow up date can be my last date of the participation, or due to adverse event, the subject is dead. Death date can be the end participation date, or the subject haven't come for the follow up. He haven't appeared for the follow up. He completed the treatment. All the treatment is done, but he haven't appeared for the follow up. Then RFXENDTC is going to be my end participation date. Or in the middle of the study, during the treatment, he left. Then whatever the day he got discontinued, that day is going to be my RF end participation date. That is the reason, if you remember, when we do our DM coding, we have to calculate the end participation date, we have taken around 20 to 25 different data sets into the consideration. Out of all those, whichever is going to be the last date, last appearance date, that becomes my end participation date. Am I clear, Spandana and others?
yes, it is very clear, sir. Thank you.
Sir,
Uh,
sir,
Yes, Bhargav.
sir, here RFP and ETC. If subject taken first visit dose of treatment, sir, then
Hmm.
subject will discontinue the study. Then will that subject also will consider RFP and ETC?
See, let's say he discontinued after the first study treatment. Let's
First
say
it.
that, yeah. So for him, RF STDTC is there, RF XSTDT is there. RF ENDTC also will be available because it's planned. There is no
Yes.
RF XENDTC for that particular person, but RF PENDTC becomes your RF XSTDTC because after that he haven't appeared. So the last time he appeared is only when he take the first drug. That's it.
Yes. Yes.
Got it? You understand what I'm trying to
Okay.
say?
Yes.
Only
Sir.
for this
Yes, sir.
particular guy, XENDTC will not be available because he haven't taken the last dose of the treatment yet, because after the
Last
first
time.
dose he left. But RF ENDTC will present because it is a planned. It is a planned one, not the actual one.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Any questions from anyone? Now, all these details will be part of your disposition. Suppose he got discontinued, the discontinued date will be there. The person is dead, the death date will be there. When he have completed the RFIC DTC, that is informed consent date, that date will be there. When the randomization, because your DM domain doesn't have your randomization details, correct? Randomization is not part of your DM domain, but your DS domain is going to have the randomization. When is the person got randomized? So he randomized to the placebo, or he randomized to the drug A or drug B, to which domain he got randomized. Those details will be available in your which domain? DS domain. That's the reason you can see here. You can say that my disposition domain is the one which is going to have when the subject got signed the ICF. That is nothing but disposition start date. First treatment. The
Yes, sir.
first treatment. Yeah. Some question. Who is this?
Yeah, this Muni. Sorry,
Yeah, Muni.
I
Please
have
go ahead.
mother. So the death date is there, right? So
Yes.
how we will know whether it is a death date or end follow up? How we will know? Because see, for example, the subject end date and death date will be same, but like how we will understand that the patient was death or like when it was a end. Then.
Okay. See, the simplest calculation is going to be death date is not something we plan. Correct? It happened because of the adverse event. Correct? Mostly we haven't anything that we haven't expected. We can call that as an adverse event. Any untoward medical condition will be called it as adverse event. Remember, only the planned dates will be available. I mean to say, all the data that we are talking about here, that is end participation date or exposure or even the death date, this and all after completion of the study only we are doing all this. During the before study, we don't have any of these details. We only have the details about what is going to be the planned details only. We don't have the actual details before we start the study. Let's say my study has started. I have completed my phase 1 of study. After
Okay.
phase 1 of the study, we are going to collect all the data. That is, in every day, we are going to collect the data. All this data will be entered into your case report form. Every day, your investigator is going to have the details in the case report form. That case report form will be given to the your medical writers and your to the CDM team, the clinical data management team. That team is going to store this particular data into the data sets and they will share it with us. So now I have all my raw data sets. What is this raw data sets have? Let's say adverse event. So this in this particular data set we have, okay, there is a subject called 1001. This particular subject has got AES death. You can call it as a AES death is equal to 1 because it is a serious adverse event happened and he have expired on, let's say, 2022 09/30. Now to calculate your RFPENDTC end participation date, I just now told to you, we are going to consider all my raw data sets. One of my raw data set for this particular subject is adverse event. So now what is going to happen? Let's say for this particular subject, I planned end date as this. Some end date I have planned. but the subject has expired on this particular case. So wherever the subject got expired, that date itself we are going to consider as a end publication date, right? So that is going to be my end of study because the subject is dead. Maybe to explain this in a better way, I just show you the data. First of all, Muni, whatever I
Yes,
have mentioned, is this understandable to you? So there are
yes,
three
I got it.
stages. First, design. In the design, I don't have any dates. Here, I'm only going to have the rules. That is nothing but what to do. The rules only will be available. Then, for some of the domains, we have the planned details. Plan details. So those will be available. Then we are going to collect the data, that is date of collection. For every domain, there is going to be a date of collection. After collecting the data, you are going to have the raw data sets. My SDTM whole purpose is going to be, whatever we are discussing now, the SDTM whole purpose is, from this raw data sets, how to differentiate the data, how to map the data, where this death details has to go. So the death details will be available in 3 different domains. It is part of DM. In the DM domain, it will be having. In the AU domain, it has. In the disposition data also, we are going to have it. All these 3 domains will be having the death details. And in all these 3 domains, the death date remains going to be the same. Make sense how we are going to do it?
Now I got it. So in three
Yeah.
domain, so basically
Yes.
in AE domain there is a flag. So based upon that
Yes.
one, we can see whether it is a
Yes.
dead or like live.
Yes.
So in DM domain, it will have the dates.
Yes. And also, if you see, for the DM domain, if I want to get the death details, I need to depend on my AE domain.
Yes.
I'll depend on the AE domain, then only I'll flag it. See the coding part.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, I'll also show you the code so that it will further give you little more details about what needs to be done.
Yeah.
So if you go to the DM, this is my DM code. Just yesterday only we have completed this. And if you look into this particular one, can you see this part?
Yes, I am able.
Prepare death date and time death flag by getting the data from AE1. AE1 is nothing but adverse event. So for all the subjects who are dead, we are going to update these particular details directly from the AE. We take the data from there and we are going to merge it, right? Same, if you go to the disposition domain, because I'm talking about the disposition domain right now, right? If I go to the disposition domain is again going to take this particular data from AE, as well as it is going to take the data from the exposure also. Let me show you. See, for this disposition domain, you can see how many variables are there. End of the treatment, inclusion and exclusion criteria, randomization data set, when the subject has signed disinf2, and what is going to be the subject to termination status, DSCO MP1. These 5 data sets are going to be the input for my disposition domain. And if you scroll down again, for the death, we still depend on the AE only. So this I haven't completed yet. It is still going on because for the other team, other batch, I'm going with this particular coding. So again, if I want to get my death details, I need to depend on the AE. If I want to have my when the subject has actually taken the first treatment, for that particular one, I need to depend on the drug accountability domain. That is called exposure. Other people, maybe who and all participated in our code, you can also see that for calculating RFXSTDTC, that is nothing but what is going to be the subject start date and end date. Can you see this? Start date
Yes,
and
yes.
end date. For these two, we are depending on DA1 and DA3. What is DA1? Drug accountability 1. DA3 stands for drug accountability 3. DA1, DA2, DA3, DA4. These 4 are going to be for the EX domain, exposure domain. You can see here. Now, if you come back to this, my first treatment, data first treatment, either I can get it from the DM domain or I can directly get from the EX domain. EX domain is nothing but the exposure domain. It have the log of complete drug the subject has taken. Data follow-up, it will come from the subject visit, SV domain. End of study or discontinued date, it will be again coming from the DS domain. So if I want to prepare my subject elements domain, I need to have all these details. Make sense, everyone? So first we will start with the parent domain, which is nothing but the DM. From there, each and everything will be interrelated. So wherever the data we required, we are going to get the particular details. In addition to that, if you go to your ACRF, based on this, we are going to write our specification Excel, because whatever the Excel that I'm going to show you, that Excel we are going to write based on this. First CRF will be created. Based on the CRF, we are going to get these details. Let me show you this as well, because we have done this already, but some of you are new, so let me show you. Can you see this? Adverse events. This is my adverse event page. And if you look into this, here you can see from where my data is coming. Maybe even if I go to the demographics domain, informed consent, let's say demographics. So here it is. This is my demographic domain. And if you see this, there are three domains information is there in this page. One is DM, second one is supplementary domain, that supplementary DM, and the third one is going to be RP. For all these three, the data is coming. If you see age is going to the DM domain, blue color. And wherever you have this orange color, there the data is coming to the flowing to the RP. And wherever this yellow color is there, this is going to be the supplementary. You can see, right, how the data is flowing, right? So this is the form I'm talking about, CRF form. After the CRF form, you are going to do the annotations. These annotations will help you where my data needs to flow. For every domain, you are going to have it. Again, you can see DM domain, disposition domain, supplementary disposition domain. I'll tell you why it is important now. Can you see this? Actually, informed consent obtained or not, where it's supposed to go? Where it's supposed to go? See, there are two values that they are given. This one is going into two. The same variable, date of informed consent, it is enter into the disposition domain. It is also entering into the RFICDTC, which is nothing but your demographics domain. Now it is making sense why I'm referring about this one in your subject elements. Either I can take it from the informed consent date directly, I can take it from the disposition domain. If not, I can also depends on the RFICDTC. Guys, is this making sense now? Every one of you, whoever asked this particular question. And also Bhargav, you asked me why we are taking from DS instead of demographics. In both the cases, it is going to be the same. The same data only will flow there. As I have mentioned to you already, my SDTM is all about data management, where I supposed to store my data. The data will be available in your CRF, annotated CRF. Based on this annotated CRF, your lead is going to be the one who is going to prepare this particular one. We have discussed all this in the beginning of the classes. This is your implementation, right? Let's say demographics. This is the calculations you have used, correct? So how you get these calculations? These calculations are based on this document. That's the reason, if you guys remember, if you go to our class, the first thing we discussed about this only in our clinical trials introduction. Remember this, all of you? So first we have said that we need these documents: protocol, case report form, raw data set, and then my statistical analysis plan. Once I have this, I'm going to have annotated CRF. Once I have annotated CRF, which will be validated by your TL, then your senior programmers or your TLs are going to write the mapping specification Excel. This is the one. This will be given to you, and you are the one who is going to prepare the programming plan, and you are going to do the programming. Once the program is completed, you are going to have the STTM compliant data sets. Once these data sets are available, we will go with the XPT files creation. Then we are going to validate that by using the Pinnacle 21. My output of Pinnacle 21 is going to be define.xml and validation report. These two, along with your all electronic data, you are going to submit the study. Remember, we have discussed all this, right? The same thing, it will be there, it will be applicable throughout our study, right? That's the reason we have spent enough time in the understanding your basics. Once we are good with the basics, then only we have started with our coding part. Is that clear to everyone now? All of you are clear with what we are doing and how we are doing? Any questions? Anyone? Can I proceed now? Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So now we can see that. So under the subject elements, what we have discussed now, if I want to go with the subject elements domain, my first stage is going to be, we need to understand the elements first. The elements can be derived from trial elements domain. The trial elements domain will have the details about element code. Then it has the details about element name. It also have the details about what is my start rule and what is going to be my end rule. Based on the TE domain, we are going to start defining the SC, right? In the SC, we are going to derive for each element, what is the start rule? For the start rule, what are going to be the different data sets? That is nothing but here also we are going to have the etcd. Here also we are going to have the elements. Then we are going to have the start rule, which is nothing but a start date. We can call it as subject element start date and time in character format. My end rule, which is nothing but subject element end date and time in character format. Right? These are the basic variables that we require. In addition to that, in the subject elements, we are also going to define your unique subject ID. Then we will go ahead with your domain. Then we are going to have your, what is the third thing? Study identifier. Let me write the list. The first one is always going to be the study identifier. The second one is going to be the domain. The third one is going to be your unique subject ID. Then we have the information about the element code, element, subject end date and time in character format, subject start date and time in the character format, followed by you're going to have the study dates SCSTDY and we have SCSENDY, that is study start date and study end date, similar to your DMDY, similar to your DMDY. Again, for this particular calculation, for these two calculations, we need to depend on demographics reference start and date. And we are also going to define the details about if any, what is it, unplanned, if any unplanned events are there, because these are all planned. If anything unplanned, to define that we have a variable, and we are also going to define the approach. These are the things that we need to define and we need to understand in the SC domain. So this we are going to do by tomorrow. So today I just want to give an introduction to the subject elements, and we all understand that from a non-clinical example. First I have given a non-clinical example. That non-clinical example we systematically converted into the clinical example. In the clinical example, we also understand from where and how we are going to define these values. And then in the tomorrow session, I'm going to derive these variables. Along with the derivation of the variables, we are going to see some of the examples. Once we complete this particular one, we will go ahead with the coding part. Any questions from anyone? Is this understandable? No worries. Even if you, let's say in demographics domain, if you got some questions, you can always ask me. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't ask or anything. You can always ask me whatever the question which pops up into your mind, right? I don't hesitate to answer that again and again. Don't worry. But please make sure once we complete one of the domain, you need to be clear with that particular domain. What is the domain is, what the domain is going to deal with. That clarity you must have. Otherwise, it is difficult. The clarity you must have. Clear? Now you might have understanding about all the elements and all the various variables which are part of your demographics. Now, tomorrow we are going to complete your subject elements domain. Anyone, any questions? Please feel free to ask me. Anyone? That's all.
No question, sir.
All right. So guys, yesterday I haven't get a
Sir,
chance to share this one. I'll share this demographics code and the raw data sets with you today. Yeah, Bhargav.
sir, we haven't derived TE domain, right, sir? Then how will uh, derive SAS? Here we are
Uh,
taking
okay, I understand your question. So TE domain, there won't be any derivation because T is only the trial elements domain. It has the information about what are my elements. That element details will be part of your protocol. If you
okay,
go to your protocol now, in the protocol you have these elements information. So my elements information at the same time, my information about visits, both of them will be part of your protocol. The protocol is the one which is going to give this information, right? So if I want to show you precisely
yes,
what it is going to contain, maybe I'll show you that as well. Just a sec. Suppose if I go to our project, the current project, Nabriva, if I go to docs and if I history inspects the updated one. So you're talking about T. So this is how your TE data looks like. It doesn't have any information other than this. That's it. It's over. It has information about these and all the variables that I want to derive. So totally you are going to have just 7 variables. And if you look into the TE data is only going to be this. See, screening and follow-up. This is the same thing I have explained there. Screening and follow-up. Between the screening and follow-up, there we have mentioned as a treatment, correct? Here we are going with the 2 different drugs, right? One is going to be your LEF, another one is going to be MOX. So the treatment will have 2 drugs. That's it. These are my elements. This is pretty much same as what we have given there,
yes,
right? So my trial element domains will only have these details. And again, you can ask me, Murli, from where I get this? Because how you derive this? For this, I can say that this information is actually part of your this one. You can call this as your protocol. Let me
protocol.
show you. Yeah, I'll also show you that. So this one will have information about trial inclusion, exclusion, trial elements, and also the trial arm. All this we are going to get it from here. This is your design. Can you see this?
Yes,
This is my design. So in this particular design, if I take this, this is going to be ICF, correct? ICF and baseline.
yes,
This is going to be my treatment. One is LEFA, the second one is going to be MOXI.
one
The
more.
third one is going to be follow-up. That's it. Only 3 are there, right?
Okay, yes,
Correct.
sir.
And also you can, yeah, and also you can say that the details also given 7 days, total of 7 doses and total of 10 doses. And also if I go to this particular one, that is all. And if I go to this, you can see when it will be start. 1 week after the start of treatment, 2 weeks after the start of treatment, between the total of 7 days will be there. The duration is going to be 7 days. And follow up, that is nothing but start of test of cure, TUC. This is the one. Test of cure. Can you see this? Under the
Yes,
follow
sir.
up, the moment follow up has 2 things here. One is going to be the late follow up, another one is going to be test of cure.
Test
But my
after.
my treatment is getting ended the moment my test cure is started. And I also you can say that what is the total follow up time plus or minus 30 days. The same thing we have given there.
Yes, sir.
Correct? All the details will be here. So this is the one which we are going to use it for creation of your trial
TE
elements
element.
domain. Okay, and you can also see all these details here at the top. See. So one is going to be early clinical assessment, followed by your end of the treatment, test of cure, follow up, what we are going to do in the each stage. All these details will be available. So anyways, I haven't completed your trial elements yet. That is going to be, we are going to discuss at the end.
Okay,
Yeah. Any other question?
thank you, sir.
Perfect. Any questions from anyone, guys? Or are you comfortable? All right, perfect then. We are going to discuss the subject elements, variable definition, nature of the study, and everything by tomorrow. So see you tomorrow, same time, 6 p.m. Okay, thank you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hey, hello everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, please?
Good evening, sir.
Perfect. All right. So today we are going to start discussing about our subject elements, correct? So yesterday we just have the basic discussion about it and we have understand that a subject elements is nothing but it is going to describe each phase of the clinical trial, correct? An element is nothing but a part of your total arm, correct? So I have an arm is nothing but the your total treatment phase. In the entire treatment phase, a part of your each of your treatment phase, you can call it as the one element or one approach. You can also consider this as a approach. Now, how I'm going to build this particular one? A subject element is the one which initially we are going to build trial elements. So trial element is going to be a basic domain or which can be also called it as a design domain. So here, as per the protocol, what are them? We are going to consider protocol. We also going to consider what is going to be the type of study, and we are also going to consider your SAP, that is your statistical analysis plan, right? All these three you are going to consider, and based on that, you are going to design your elements. So here we are going to design two things. One is element, followed by your element code, your start rule, and end rule. Because here we don't have the dates. Here we only going to have the details about when my element starts and when my element ends. Most of the cases, end of the current element is going to be the start of the next element, correct? So in general, as per our study, that is the project that we are using there, initially we are going to have the screening. Once the screening is completed, we enter into the treatment phase. Once the treatment is completed, we will go with the follow-up. Am I correct? Only three, right? So randomization is not going to be a separate element. Randomization is the process, right? So the randomization actually occurs before your treatment. Before your treatment, it will happen. So during the treatment, in our study, we have placebo, we have lefa, one of the study drug, and we also have moxie, correct? So totally two drugs we are testing here. Placebo is nothing but a fake pill. We really don't have any drug in that particular, no drug content there. It is only a fake pill which we are going to use it, correct? So I'm testing two different drugs in our project. That's the reason you can see one is lefa, another one is moxie. Even if you remember the coding part that we have done, maybe I'll open this and I'll show this to you. If I go with any one of our coding, yesterday also we have seen, right? Something called your, this is DS, now this, let me check DM. Yeah, this is our DM code, correct? This is what we have written sometime back last month. And here you can see that while defining the arm, we have taken two. Remember this? One is LEF, which is nothing but the lefamulin. Another one is MOX, which is nothing but the moxifloxacin. Correct? So these are the two different drugs that we have used or that we are testing as part of our project. Correct? So that is what I'm talking here. So if I come back to this particular one, here we primarily discuss about what is my first element, what is my second element, and what is the third element, and keeps going on. In our thing, we have three elements: screening, we have treatment, and we have follow-up, right? So once we have defined the rules for this, then we will enter into the next step, and the next step is going to be understand or convert this trial element domain into subject elements domain. That is, we are going to build SC domain based on TE domain. By this time, we have the data. All the clinical trials have happened. At least one of the phase has been completed. So at every stage of my clinical trial, the data has been collected. The data has been stored in the electronic format by CDM team. So we have a bunch of raw data sets. Those raw data sets are supplied to you. Now what you are going to do, you are going to have CRF. CRF is nothing but the case report form. This case report form, you are going to annotate. That is, you understand what field should enter into which domain as which variable. That details will be available. And you're also going to have your specification Excel. The specification Excel will talk about what are the various calculations that you need to perform to get the variables. The details will be provided by your statistician or your team lead. Based on these two, you already have the raw data sets. Take your raw data sets and then you systematically convert your raw data sets into SDTM compliant data sets. Correct? This is the process. Up to this, we have discussed in the yesterday's class. Am I correct? Every one of you. Any questions here before I begin with the today's session? Any questions?
No, sir.
Perfect. Now we will go ahead with our regular analysis. That is nothing but we are going to start using your notepad, and here you are going to write details about what is this domain is all about, what this domain is going to capture, what are the various variables that is part of this domain. All this we are going to capture now. So first we are going to start talking about this particular domain. So this is going to be subject elements domain. Okay, what this domain is actually deals with, what kind of data it is going to store. First thing, this domain, I can say that it is a special purpose domain. It is a special purpose domain. What it will deal with, or what it contains with, I can say that contains, this particular domain contains the actual order of the elements. The actual order of the elements. This is slightly confusing. Again, I'll tell you this. It is going to have the actual order of the elements followed by the subject. It is the actual order of the elements followed by the subject. Again, I'll just give a pass here, right? Because it also have other elements, but I'll give a pass here. And I'm going to explain what is this actual order of the elements. There are two orders. Let's say this is how you have planned. You need to say first screening has to happen. Once the screening is completed, we have done the randomization. Once the randomization is completed, for one of the subject, first we want to go with the placebo. Let's say it's a crossover study. What is crossover study? The subject will expose to the multiple treatments. What is planned study? Or what is parallel study? A parallel study is the one where the subject is continuously exposing to the same treatment throughout the study. All of you remember these two? Guys, you remember, right? We discussed about two things. What are them? During the start of the study, SAS, clinical SAS, August, and if you go there in the virtual diagram itself, we discussed about, see, there is a separate tab only for the study design. So the first part is going to be a parallel study design. See, after the randomization, this guy, throughout it is placebo only, day 1, week 1, week 2, throughout it is only placebo. Throughout it is Nimelid. Throughout it is going to be done. But what about crossover study? See this. First, placebo, a washout period, Nimelid, washout period, dark. Correct? So there are, each subject is getting exposed to almost all the treatments in the study. Am I correct? All of you remember this, right? I have also explained about when the randomization happens here, who will do that, and what is nothing but what is meant by your control group versus your interventions group. We discussed all this. Yeah, correct. The same thing here also. If you come to now, sorry, this is what we planned. We plan to have placebo, after that nimelid, after that dart. This is the period, this is the different elements in my treatment approach. This total thing is called your treatment approach, correct? This is your follow-up approach. On the left hand side, whatever you have is the screening approach. Now what we are talking here is, if you look into this particular diagram, in this is how we have planned. If at all, if there is any change in that, mean to say, if at all whatever we have planned is different from the actual order of the implementation, those details also will be captured here. 99.99% of the cases, in the subject elements, you don't get any differences. That is, whatever you plan, as per the plan, it will get implemented. But if you go to subject visits, our next domain, if you go to subject visits, there the planned order of your visits will be different from the actual order of the visits, because you schedule everything. Let's say suddenly one of the adverse event happened. What is adverse event? Something we have not expected. Because of that subject has visited to you. What happens now? There is a one unscheduled visit between your scheduled visits. Correct? The total plan is changed, right? So in the subject visits, there is a high possibility that the actual visits will be different from your planned visits. But when it comes to your subject elements, most of the cases you don't experience any difference where your actual order of the elements and planned order of the elements are different. There are very rare scenarios. In such scenarios, to represent that, you are going to use a different variable. That variable I'm going to discuss in the variable definitions. Is that clear, guys, why I'm talking about this? Because I want to explain what is your planned order and what is your actual order. Right. Now, so a special purpose domain that contains the actual order of the elements followed by the subject, along with what? Along with, you have the start, date, and time, and end and date, right? Start, date, time, and end date time of the element. Correct? This is what we are going to define, or this is what we are going to store it here. Remember, even in the yesterday's class, while I go with the Excel also, I have explained the same. So what I have explained, maybe I can also open this particular one. Is GTM subject elements. If you look into this, see, element code, starting rule, ending rule. The starting and ending rules are nothing but the dates, correct? Now you can see here. It is going to have the information about what is my element. This is my etcd, my element information, the code, the name of the element. Then what is my start date and time, and what is my end date and time. This is what it is going to contain. The same thing I am writing in my notepad also now. So this domain is a special purpose domain, which is going to have the planned sequence, the planned order of the elements. This is the one. Can you see? 1, 2, 3. This is the order. In this order, the events are happened. First screening happened, then treatment, then follow up. So the planned order of the elements, along with subject start date and the subject end date. This is the information we are going to have it under my subject elements domain. Remember, in SGTM, this is the most important one. For every domain, what it captures, what kind of data it will capture, what I am going to store there is the most important aspect. Remember that. Every domain, whatever the domain it is, you should know what is that domain we are using for, what kind of data it is going to store, what is the nature of the domain. These three should be in your fingertips, right? Then only you can understand the flow. Otherwise you cannot. So that's the reason I'm telling to all of you, please make sure These details are important. That is the reason theoretical classes we are giving more preference. First, we need to understand the theory first. Then, according to theory, we are going to code it. Okay. Now, why it is important? All right, because this domain, I can say that the SC domain, what is the other information it is going to give to you? Contains the date and time, right? And what is this date and time? The date and time at which the subject moved from one element to the another element. If you look into this particular one, again, I'll go to the Excel. It also have information about, hey, when the subject has completed my screening, this is my screening period. When the subject is completed this, so this is where he started, this is where he ended. That is when I look at the element level. When I look at the each individual element level, this is what I can see. That is what my first line in my notepad. So it contains for each subject when the each element started and ended. Start date, end date. Now what I'm talking about the vertical thing now. This is how if you look at it. When this is the same subject, right? ABC 0101 is the same subject. This subject has moved from screening to treatment by this time. How he moved from screening to the treatment, how he moved from the treatment to the follow-up, how a subject has progressed in my clinical trial from one element to the other element, that details also will be available under your SC domain. So that is what I'm writing here. That is, the SC domain contains the date and the time at which the subject moved from one element to the other. Correct? All right. So why it is important? What you're going to know about because of this particular one? It helps you to understand the progress of the subject. Correct or not? So it helps us to understand the subject's progression, to understand the subject's progression. The subject, I can say progression through the trial. So in my trial, how the subject has moved, that information, how we make a progress, we are going to understand that. All right. And I also told you on what basis you are going to do this. In the Excel, I have explained, right? My trial element is the one which is going to have all the element details, right? You need to have that information also here. So these elements, whatever the elements that I'm talking about, so where these elements will be present, these elements are presented in the trial element domain. The trial elements, which is nothing but TE domain, by providing the rules for starting and stopping of the element. By providing the rules for starting and ending of the or stopping of the element. So where this information is provided in the Excel, I have also shown this in your Excel, right? Again, I go back to the Excel. Check this. In this Excel, if you go up, this is what your trial elements domain is, correct? You can see element code, trial element starting rule, trial element ending rule. Only the rules information along with your element details are available, correct? This is nothing but your trial elements. So whatever I have explained in the Excel and in your Notepad++, can I say that all the details are here now? So we talked about what is this domain is, why we need to, okay, what this particular domain is going to capture. Okay, by understanding this domain, what is the information that you are going to get? So from where your element details are coming, all the three we have discussed. Now, so in general, we also need to understand the flow, right? So I just say that flow, let's say that it is general. It is not like, it is not a 100% precise one. Hey, every study is supposed to be like this. No, I'm not saying that. In general, what is the flow? First, the subject enter into the screening. So before the screening itself, we have the inclusion and exclusion criteria, and we also have, sorry, Before the screening, we have the ICF, informed consent form. People who have signed the informed consent form enter into the screening. In the screening, you have the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Based on the criteria, if anyone clear that, then we enter into the second phase. That second phase is nothing but the treatment. Once the treatment is completed, the subject will be entered into the follow-up. Some of the studies, your what to say,
Sir,
randomization is going to.
sir, one small doubt here.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So we are getting the raw data. It entire thing was completed, right? So we will
Yes.
not get like a, for example, in between treatment is going on, we will get raw data. Okay.
No. We will not. See, throughout this, let's say after the screening is completed, right after this, the data will be stored in one table, right? Mean to say, okay. See, while giving this, first, your sponsor is the one who is going to provide a protocol. Okay, at the start of the study, right? At the beginning of the study itself, your sponsor, along with your statistician and along with your, who's that? Principal investigator, all the people, they are going to sit together and they are going to build the protocol. I mean to say, what I want to test, that is what study drug or what vaccine or what medical device I want to test or I want to go through the study. Then, what is my inclusion criteria? Who and all I need to consider? What is my exclusion criteria? What is the method that I need to follow throughout my process? Do I need to go with the crossover study or do I need to go with the planned study? How frequently I need to give this particular dose? That is the dose frequency. How much dose I have to give? How frequently I have to conduct the test? Going to say that how frequently I need to check the vitals? How frequently I need to go with the physical examination? What and all the laboratory tests that I need to perform? If at all ECG required, what ECG I need to go with? Every piece of information will be part of the protocol, and this protocol will be provided to the investigator and clinicians. Both of them are same. Some trials we can call them as the investigators, some trials we can call them as the clinicians, nothing but the doctors, right? And your study may happen in a single site or it may happen at the multiple sites at a time. If it is happening in a single site, no problem. If it is happening at the multiple sites, you are going to call that as a multi-center, right? Again, that multi-center can be within the country or outside the country also. If it is happening at the multiple countries at a time, you can call it as a multinational study. Once the protocol is given, along with the protocol, we are also going to give CRF. Hey, these and all the details you need to capture. Case report form is the one which explains what and all the details you need to record, that you need to store. But this is mostly a physical form. Sometimes it can be electronic, but mostly CRF. Let's say screening is completed. Today treatment is completed. What and all the readings that we have taken, what and all the dose information we have given, all this information will be updated into the system by CDM. We are clinical data management team. That team is the one who is responsible for designing the database, designing the tables, and entering into the data there, right? But when we receive the data is, once at least one of the phase is completed, you can do incremental also. But when you do the incremental, you don't get all the details. I mean to say, let's say demographics. If I want to prepare the demographics information, any data which is exclusively representing the subject can be entered there by taking the raw data set. But if any adverse event happened or anything happened, only in the screening, if any adverse event happened, we can enter that. Remaining details we will not. So it will be partial. So in general, once the complete data is available, we are going to proceed with the study. Otherwise, there are some studies where people continue to have their building up the data sets in parallel with then and there the data is ready, but they won't submit it. If you want to submit the data to the FDA, your complete data should be available. That is what we discussed yesterday, right? In this diagram, We need to go ahead with the Pinnacle 21. The Pinnacle 21 is the one which is going to validate your complete input that you have prepared, that is SDA dataset that you have prepared. Then it is going to prepare your define.xml and validation report. Then only you are going to submit the study to the FDA. So there are trials where you will go in parallel and you are going to build the data sets. There are trials where once your complete data is available, then you will continue with your conversion. Both the cases are there, but one of the best practices is going to be when you have the complete data, you are going to have a complete picture, and then it is easy to write the data. Then it is easy to have the data. Kumar, have I explained your question?
Yes, yes. So
Any
basically,
for
yeah, basically we will get the data once all the treatment and follow-ups, everything completed.
yes, in general, yes.
Mm.
Then only you'll get the confirmation. Let's say that now the same thing, our very next domain is going to be the subject visits. It is going to have the complete visits information, subject, when and all visit. Let's say until and unless you completed the study, right? How do you know all the visits information? Once the
Yep.
treatment is completed, then only you can have the treatment completed date. Only when the follow-up is completed, we can have the follow-up details. Only when all the treatments are completed, then only I can have the treatment details. Correct? Let's say that in our study, the one that we are, the project that we are currently working on. Just a second. I'm just going to the diagram. See this. So here I have the when I'm going to have the follow-up, or if I, okay, maybe further down there is one more table. That table will give the clear information. Here is the one. See, baseline day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4 to days 4 to day 7. That is nothing but totally 7 weeks. So screening, after the screening, you are going to have 7 weeks of the data. After that, you are going to have end of the treatment. After the end of the treatment, you have the TOC and LFU, that is late follow-up. Only after this, your total thing is completed. That is nothing but if the subject available, if the subject has come for this, let's say last follow-up, late follow-up, mean to say, until I have all these weeks of the data, I cannot say that my subject visits data is completed. Am I correct? Right? Only after the last follow-up, I have the complete details of this particular subject. Now, come to the DM domain. I have end participation date. What is end participation date? When is the last time subject appeared into the study? Until and unless I have the LFU information, I cannot go with that. Right? So everything is interrelated. So in general, you are going to have all your details once you are going to enter and convert your data sets once you have the complete data. Clear? And this is the document that we are going to give it to the your investigators. This is the data. This is how you need to carry out your clinical trials. You can also see every piece of information is available here. I'll show you this. Here it is. End of the treatment, when it will be late follow-up, day 30. That is nothing but plus or minus 3 days. When you have to go with the TOC, test of cure, 5 to 10 days of the last dose. After you complete the last dose, you need to go for, after 5 days of that, you need to go for the test of cure. And also, if I scroll up, here you'll see what kind of blinding I need to do. On day 1, what you need to do, see, study drug administration. What is the drug? You can see 600 mg q12 hours. That is nothing but for every 12 hours 5 days you need to give. Second one, this is moxifloxacin. This one, for every 24 hours 7 days you need to give 7 doses you have to give. Right? On day 1, how you want to do, right? All the details you are going to have here. In addition to that, see, this is my drug details. Duration of the study, each subject will participate for approximately 4 to 5 weeks. That is my total duration. Then this is my exclusion criteria. Who and all not supposed to enter into the study? Let's say I may volunteer for the study. I want to participate in the study. But if any of these are met, I'm not supposed to, because this is my exclusion criteria. This is my inclusion criteria. If I fall into the inclusion criteria, then only I can enter into the study. So like this, you are going to have every information. What is my primary objective, secondary objective, how I'm going to calculate the efficacy, what kind of blinding I want to do, what kind of study, that is whether it is a parallel or crossover study, all right? What is the drug information, how many weeks it's supposed to go, when my treatment is supposed to start, when my treatment is supposed to end. Every piece of information should be available here. This is nothing but an end-to-end guide for conducting your clinical trials. Clear? This is the first thing. Question.
Yes. Yeah, I got it.
Perfect. Now again, I'm coming back to this. So now we have also understand the flow. The flow is going to be, first you have the screening. After the screening, we will enter into the treatment. Before the treatment, the subject will get randomized and we have the details about whether he will fall into the intervention group or control group. Accordingly, you're going to get the treatment as well. Control group is the place where the subject is going to have a placebo. Interventions group is the one where the subject is going to have the details about, is going to have the details about which drug the subject is actually administering. Correct? This is the flow. What next? Once I have the flow, if I want to understand, and I can say that on a high level, just if someone asks you, this is for your in detail information. If someone asks you, hey, what exactly it captures? Let's say I'm a layman, so just give me in a nutshell what it is going to capture. I can simply say that start date and time, and end date and time. Start date and time and end date and time of each element for each subject. Am I correct? But for each subject, once the randomization is completed, right, he may have the different elements. Number two, element details. What is that element name is? Right on the top, I have the code. Here I'm going to have the details, element details. That's it. Right. Now, let's understand the nature. Nature is nothing but how the data is stored. How data is stored. So when it comes to the DM domain, how the data is stored, guys? One record per subject. How many number of subjects are there? Those many number of records only will present there. Correct? Because it is a subject level data. Here, one record per subject per element. Remember, let's say in the DM, I have 10 subjects. I have only 10 records. But here, let's say same 10 subjects, each subject has 3 elements, totally 30 records will come to the picture. Correct? So how I can understand this? It can be one record per subject per element. For each element, for each subject, we are going to store the data. Correct? Right. And if you remember, for every domain, we are going to discuss about what is going to be my topic variable. What is topic variable, guys? What is meant by topic variable in general? Anyone? What is called topic variable? Everyone, I need answer for this.
That dose, whatever the dose we are giving.
Now, in general,
Okay.
tell me what you called as topic variable.
Which specifies as the whatever we observed that thing. So specialized observation. Timing
Specialized.
variables, timing of observation, date and end date time.
No, no. There is only going to be one topic variable for the entire domain. For every domain, there is only one topic variable. So you are talking about the timing variables. The timing variables are different. I can have more than one timing variable.
Yes. Focus of observation.
Exactly. It entirely focus about the domain. What this domain will deal with. Suppose if you go to your demographics domain that we have already completed, right? I'll just go to that particular notes once. Here it is. So demographics domain is completely deals with the subject. So you can see here, the topic variable is subject identifier because it only talks about the subjects, correct? The focus is on the subject. So the domain, if someone asks, Hey, what DM domain will store? It store about subject details. Correct? Now, what this subject elements domain is going to deal with? I can say that it is dealing with the elements, correct? Which is nothing but etcd, right? So if someone asks you what kind of data you are going to store it in the subject elements, here itself we have written. On a high level, it captures about the element details, and for each element, what is going to be the start date and end date. Nothing but it is only talking about the element. Element is the focus of this particular domain. So my topic variable here is going to be etcd. etcd stands for short name for your element. See this. Screening period is the element full name. But what is the short name given to that? Screened. Treatment period is a full name. What is the short name? TRT. Correct? The short name given to the element is nothing but the, you can call this as a focus. Correct? This domain primarily focus on the elements. Correct? So I can call that as my topic variable is going to be etcd. Okay. What are my identifier variables? Okay, what are identifier variables by definition? Anyone? What these will do? Same. You're not reading. You're not at all. You're following the class. You're listening, and you're leaving. You're not practicing, or at least you're not going through the theory. This is very important. I'm keep telling this to you guys. You need to know what are the identifier variables and topic variables for each domain, because by default the core for these variables are going to be the required. You already know that. That is there are going to be three types of cores: required, expected, and permissible. Required variables must be part of your data set and no missing values are allowed. Expected variables should be part of your domain, but missing values are allowed. Permissible variables, it's up to the sponsor. If the sponsor is defined in the ERF, you are going to have the details, else we will not. Correct? So most of the cases, 99.99% of the cases, your identifier and topic variables are the required variables. Some exceptions are there, but ideally these are going to be your topic variable is 100% required. Some of your identifier variables are going to be permissible also, but still we need to remember them because those are going to provide the identity. Correct? Identification, your identifier variables are the one which is going to uniquely identify something. Correct? We already discussed this particular one, right? So generally when it comes to your demographics, I have the study identifier, we have the domain, we also have unique subject identifier. Correct? These three are already we discussed under the demographics domain. In addition to that, you are going to get one additional thing here, which is called SC sequence. Because see, one subject has these three elements are there. These three elements, if I want to represent, I require a sequence. See, so which is my first element, which is my second element, which is my third element? Because I told to you in the beginning of this class, it is going to capture the order of the elements. The order of the elements, if I need it, I need the information about the sequence. That sequence will be part of your SCSEQ. So your sequence is also one of the identifier. So these four are your identifier variables. Correct? All right. Now let's go with the complete variable definitions. All the definitions. What and all the variables are there? Each and every variable we are going to define now. So what is the first variable? Study identifier. What is study identifier will do? This you have already have it in your DM domain. So I'm expecting answer from everyone. So which is going to be simply, I can call it as a study identity. Yeah, wonderful. It can be a study name or it can be a study name. Who will provide this? Who will provide this?
Sponsor.
Exactly. Provided by the sponsor. Okay. How it looks like? It can be a name. or it can be ID, or it can be anything. For an example, if someone look for the example for this particular one, I can say that examples are going to be something like TFE111 followed by BUC, some random name. If not, suppose if I go to the project that we are looking at, we are working on one of the project, right? If you go to your project, in the title itself, it will be mentioned. In the title itself, it will be mentioned. See this. I'll go to the project and I just go to the any one of your this. On top of it, can you see this? The clinical trial protocol number. This protocol number also can be considered as your study identifier, right? So these are some of the examples. Then I have domain. The second variable is domain. Domain is nothing but domain abbreviation. What is the length? It's a 2-character long. It is a 2-character long. And what is the value that I need to provide for my this one current domain? It's a subject elements, right? SE, correct? It is a standard one. Number 3, we are going to have unique subject identifier. Unique subject identifier. Remember, it is a derived variable. It is not coming from your CRF directly. It is actually a derived variable. How do you derive this? What is the generic formula? Team, what is the general formula?
It is concatenation of subject ID and the study ID.
That's it.
And site ID.
Exactly. In our current project, in the specification Excel, it is given that it is going to be a concatenation of study ID and subject ID. Okay, but in general, even if you go to your implementation guide, it is going to be a concatenation of 3. What are them? Study ID, site ID, and subject ID. It is very important, guys. The reason for that is, if you go to demographics, I have subject ID, correct? So if I want to merge some details between one to another, I can use subject ID. Suppose I want to know for which subject we have the adverse event. Adverse event data is in the AE domain. Subject details are in the demographics domain. How do I join these two tables? There's supposed to be a common variable between them, right? And that common variable is unique subject ID. Every domain must and should have this particular one. If you want to merge or if you want to join different data sets or different domains which falls under your SDTM, the key variable is unique subject ID, because every domain has this particular one. Is the reason which is very, very important. Okay, it is a derived variable. This is the general formula, but you may refer specification Excel for details. Why I'm telling this? Some people, some of the subjects, sorry, some of the studies may have the different one. Best example is ours itself. In our case, we have calculated this based on the concatenation of study ID, first 4 characters of the subject, hyphen, last 3 characters of the subject. That is how we have calculated, correct? Because our specification Excel mentioned that. Clear? Right. Then the next variable is going to be SCSEQ. It is a sequence number. It is a sequence number. 99.99% of the cases, this particular sequence number is going to be in a chronological order. It is in a chronological order, like 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. In a sequence, it is going to be there. Remember, it should be unique. It should be unique at a subject level. Remember this, at a subject level within the study. So what I mean to say, maybe I can give you one example here, so you are going to get a clarity on this. Let's say there is a subject. I have a unique subject ID, USUBJ ID, followed by I have ETCD, followed by I have domain information, then I have ETCD, element code information, then I'm going to have SESCQ. See this one now, there is a subject 111, right? Maybe I can write 111 hyphen ABC hyphen 01. This is the subject ID. Okay, this particular guy, I'm talking about this subjects. Two subjects I'm taking. Okay, now this particular subject, the domain is going to be subject elements. My current domain, whatever I'm talking now, the same domain, the subject elements. My element code here is going to be screening. After the screening, treatment. After the screening, after the treatment, follow-up. Again, screening, then treatment, then follow-up. Right? Now, how the sequence is going to be? 1111001 ABC01 is the guy. The first element is this, second element is this, third element is this. When I look at this subject alone, all the three sequence, that is my SESCQ values, are in the chronological order, and all the SESCQ values are distinct for this subject. Now again I can start with 1, 2, 3. So what I have talked about, within the subject, at a subject level, my SESCQ must be unique. Can I say that? When I look at the entire domain level, I can see 1 and 1, but this is not a duplicate. Why? This 1 is representing 01, this 1 is representing 02 subject. So at a subject level, these values must be unique. Is that making sense, everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation? What I mean to say here? Yes or no? Everyone. Can I have a quick confirmation, please? Team, are you able to follow, or you need further? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Wonderful. The next thing is going to be ETCD. ETCD stands for your short name for your element code, correct? You can simply call it as a element code. So what is this element? Maybe I can also include your element details also here, so that I can cover the same example here also. This is element. If I go to the element, what is going to happen now? This will be called as clearly screening. My sequence will not change, but I have additional variable here. What is that additional variable? I have element code, and also I have the information about the element. So this is going to be treatment. This is going to be follow up. All right. The same details will be followed here as well. I have the screening, I have the treatment, and I have the follow up. So now you can understand what is called element code and what is called element. Element code is the short name, or it's just a code. Your element is going to be the complete name. So now I'm talking about the element code. This element code, you can also call it as short name for the element. Short name for the element. Okay. What else it have? What is the maximum length? It should be limited. Should be limited to 8 characters long. My element code should not have more than 8 characters. Okay, remember I told you I have planned something, right? I have planned something, but I have expected one, I have got one unexpected element. I haven't get the, this element is not in the plan, right? But all of a sudden while implementing, we got it. That is, if you encounter, remember this is a note, just remember this particular one. If an encountered element, whatever the element that you got, is differ from planned element. I have planned something, but during the execution, I am executing this differently. I told you on the top, there is a planned order, that is going to be the actual order. If at all, whatever the element that you have planned is different from what you have encountered, then in that particular case, we populate this value as, I told you we are going to use a variable for that. We are going to have a value for that particular one. We are going to, then we populate unplanned. Hey, I haven't planned this, but it is encountered. So we populate unplanned as the value. You understand what I'm trying to say? If anything apart, this is how I have planned, but something got differed from the planned element. For such cases, I'm going to enter this value as the element unplanned. Okay, then element. So this is going to be the description of the element. This is called as the description of the, sorry, description of the element. Okay, what it talks about, again a full name like this. Okay, but again the same note applicable to this as well. So if you plan this as a, if you have etcd as a unplanned, then what is the name I have to give for this? We will populate as a null. That is nothing. I just write it as a null. I'm writing as a null, but in general we don't populate anything. We simply apply a missing value to that. Okay, all right. Now the date part. If you look into this, we talked about element code, we talked about the element. These two we talked about, element code and element. We talked about the sequence number. We talked about the unique subject identifier. We talked about the domain. We talked about the study identifier. This is the flow we have followed so far. What is the next thing? What is my start date and what is my end date? Correct? When my element is going to start and when my element is going to end. Correct? So that we are going to deal now. Let's come back to this where we are. Here it is. So my next one is going to be subject element start date and time in character format. SCSTD start date and time in character format. So this simply I can call it as a start date and time in character format of the element in character format. Okay, and we already told to you it should be in a IS 8601 format. It should be in the ISO format, or you can also simply call it as a ISO 8601 format. Right? You should follow the date format here. Okay. The same thing. Remember, right, guys? How many of you remember this? I don't know. I'm just repeating this one more time. All the dates in the SDTM are going to be in the character format. Remember this, right? While we talk about the domain rules, SDTM basic rules, I talked about it. Where it is? SDTM guidelines. Remember this. By default, very important one, all the dates in the SDTM will be stored as a character data type. It must be in the character data type. Again, when you go to this one, Adams, right? In the Adams, based on this character data, again we are going to convert them into the numeric. For all the analysis purpose, I need the numeric data. There I'll do it again. But for now, when it comes to my SDTM, irrespective of whatever the data I'm talking about, all the dates are going to be in the character format only. Remember this. That's the reason everywhere you get the C. The C stands for character. SC stands for subject element. ST stands for your start. D stands for the date. T stands for the time. C stands for the character. Subject element start, date, and time in character format. Subject element end, date, and time in the character format. A very important one, and you need to remember this. All right. Then epoch, a new term for you. This we have already discussed in our basics, but again I'm repeating that, which is called as a epoch. Epoch is nothing but a planned sequence of elements for which the arm, the subject, is assigned to. In a simple way, allow me a second, I'll open one more diagram and explain this. Can you see this? So this is going, whatever the diagram you can see here, this is the perfect diagram I would like to say for our treatment. See, I have started with the screening. After the screening, randomization occurs. After the randomization, the subject can be randomized to two different groups, drug A, drug B. I'm not talking about the placebo, only two I'm taking here. Okay. Let's say it is going to be a crossover study. So drug A followed by drug B followed by the drug A followed by the A. Can I say in this total one, can I say whatever I have highlighted here is one trial arm? What is a trial arm? What is my treatment arm? So my subject starts with the screening. He will take drug A, drug B, follow up, done. For one subject, it is done. Now coming to the second subject. He will start with the screening. He entered into the drug B, drug A, follow up, and completed. So there are two trial arms here. This is trial arm A, this is trial arm B. Two trial arms are there. Okay. Anyways, we'll have a detailed discussion of this in the trial arm domain. There we are going to discuss this. For now, we can see that each outer side there is a big box, right? A gray color box. Each gray color box you can call it as epoch. Each gray color box is going to be called as a epoch. Within epoch, you are going to have small square rectangular boxes, right? Each rectangular box you can call it as an element. We talked about elements, right? Subject elements you are talking about, those elements. So screening, when it comes to the screening, my epoch and my element, both of them are same. Screening is only one. When it comes to the follow-up, my epoch and my element again going to be the same. But when it comes to the treatment, there are two drugs I'm testing, correct? So my treatment approach has two elements. If I'm testing three elements, if I include placebo, 4 elements. So now what we are talking about, epoch. Epoch is something like, in my total treatment arm, if I consider this as a whole treatment arm, if I consider this as a whole treatment arm, in my whole treatment arm, right, in which element my subject is currently assigned to? In which element my subject is currently assigned to? Suppose we are in the screening. My approach is a screening approach. I'm in the treatment 1 approach, treatment 2 approach. In treatment 1 approach, subject will have drug A. In treatment 2 approach, the subject will have drug B. You understand what I'm trying to say here? It all talks about where the subject is currently assigned to. I'll simply say that an approach is something like a planned sequence of elements, for which, for the arm, for the arm. Arm is nothing but treatment for the arm to which subject is assigned to. Why I have included this arm? While explaining, I have explained this to you. See, there are two trial arms. The uppermost one is one trial arm, the bottommost one is the another trial arm. So under each trial arm, in which element the subject is, that is nothing but my approach. See, approach is going to help you in which phase we are. In which phase we are. Okay. Now you are going to get a new variable. TA, ET, ORD. TA stands for trial arm. ET stands for element. ORD stands for order. That is nothing but it gives information about planned order of elements within the arm. So it is actually based on TE domain. Okay, so now you can see this is actual order of elements. That is during the study, what is the element order that we have followed? During the planning, what is the order we would like to follow? That is nothing but TAETORD. When I have a planned, when I have an actual, when there is a difference, we can identify it, right? See this. Let me go to the examples. Can you see this? Look at this particular one. For the 790, for the subject ID 790, the planning is, so when we have planned this, the planning is, first we want to go with screening, then we want to go with IV, then we want to go with oral, finally follow up. This is how we want to proceed with the order. All right, but can you see the trial order? That is from my trial elements. We want to have first oral, then IV for this guy. Where I can have this information? See this. 790, this is my demographic data. Whatever I'm going to have here is demographic data. For first subject, you can see my trial arm. My arm will say that, hey, first give IV dosage, then give oral dosage. Highlighting this yellow color. For 789. This is planned, right? IV followed by oral. What we got here? IV followed by oral. That is my ETCD. And here also you can see my trial arm also saying that, yes, go with the treatment 1 first, treatment 2 first. I want to go in the same order. But for the second guy, see this. You supposed to proceed with oral first followed by IV. This is what my plan is. My DM domain also saying this. First you need to go oral for this particular guy, then you need to go with the IV. See here, my planned, this is planned, right? Trial arm is going to be the plan, right? It is saying that after the screening, go with oral first, then go with IV, right? But what we have done here, we went in the same order of IV and oral. So you understand that by looking at the column number C and column number H.
Murli Vanda.
Yes.
As I said earlier, why we should go for directly IV?
See, this is what the plan is. The sponsor would like to go with this particular drug in this way.
Okay.
This is what the
Any
sponsor
drug for
has
any, is this for any drug or
No.
some
No.
specific parenteral? Okay.
No. This is specifically for this particular example, for this particular trial, right?
Okay.
There is no way that I should go only first IV, then oral, or only oral, then followed by IV. No, we are not going with that. All we are saying here is going to be for this particular trial, the sponsor defined that, hey, for this subject 789, go with the first IV, then followed by the oral. For the second subject, go with the oral followed by the IV, then see the efficacy. Which one is efficient, right? Which one is efficient? How I'm getting the results. So the TAETORD is the one which is giving this detail. When I look at the 790, my TART details are different from the SCSCQ. What is the meaning? Something went wrong in the trial. So to have that particular difference, you are going to have this SCSEQ and TAETORP. Is that making sense, every one of you? Can I have a quick confirmation?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, wherever this order is different, any unplanned event comes. See here, this is unplanned. For the next study, what I'm trying to do here is, so 1, 2, 3, there are only 2 drugs, screening and blinding treatment, only 2, right? And when it comes to the second guy, after the screening, after the blinded treatment, there is some unexpected error happened. There is unplanned event. Because of the unplanned event, we also has given the rescue medicine to that particular person. That is to come out of this particular one, we have given the rescue medicine also. So wherever it is unplanned, my ETCD should populate with unplanned. This is what we have given here. For unplanned element, we have to give unplanned because something went wrong with that particular subject. So I have to give an unplanned for this particular one. And also I need to give the reason for that. Why? What is the reason for this unplanned description? This is called unplanned description. For which element it happened, wherever my element code is unplanned, I need to give the reason for that. The reason will be called it as SCUPDAS, subject element unplanned description. Clear? Let's go with this. So TAETORD, which is nothing but the planned order, this actually coming from where? This is actually coming from my which one? Trial elements domain, right? Anything unplanned. You also need to look at this. See, what is the TAETORD value for this? It is not part of my plan, right? If it is part of my plan, I can give the numbers. If it is not part of my plan, how can I give a number to that? In the planning, it is not there. In the execution, I can give the numbers. In the planning, it is not part of my plan. So for unplanned events or for the unplanned elements, this value is null. Write this. What is that? For unplanned elements, this value should be populated as null. Okay, last one, subject element unplanned description. We can call it as description of unplanned event, unplanned element. Okay, this is something like what actually happened to the subject during this unplanned event. It describes about what happened to the subject, what happened to the subject during the unplanned event. Remember this value I'm going to populate only if ETCD is null. This one, as long as my ETCD is unplanned, only then this value will be populated, correct? So that also we will write. This value will be populated. This value will be populated only for the records where ETCD is unplanned. Am I correct? For the remaining, it is not required. Yes or no? All right. So this is about your simple understanding about your subject elements. Tomorrow, what we are going to do is we are going with the coding part for this. Let's go with the coding part for this particular one. So tomorrow we will do this. Okay. Any questions before I wind up this class? Anyone? Any questions? All right. That's all for today. Yeah, perfect. That's all for today. We connect tomorrow and we can continue with the subject elements coding part. right? We will also go to the coding part for this. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, hi, everyone. Good evening. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, please?
Yes, sir. Good evening. Yeah,
Good evening.
I can see.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, Mohanty, and I think Uttam. Thank you. All right. So let's begin the session. So yesterday we have worked on this SE code, but we haven't go in a proper way, correct? So what we do today is we just have a quick recap of how the code is and how to write it and where did we messed up. We'll see all those. All right. So just allow me a second. I'll just increase the font. There it is. Okay. First thing first. So we want to go with the subject elements, and we have all decided that subject elements does not, for any matter of the fact, it does not have direct information. Mean to say, it have information about elements which are part of my clinical trial. So these elements we are going to derive from trial elements domain. The trial elements domain is the one which is going to have information about what is my element code, what is element, and then what is the start rule and what is going to be the end rule. Correct? So these are the information that we are going to have it there. Again, we have also discussed that these information what we are looking at, that is start rule and end rule, is going to define when my element is going to start and when my element is going to end. Correct? That start and end date most specifically are going to indicate your start date and end date. The start date and end date can come from various domains. Those can come from DM domain, those can come from disposition domain, or those also can come from subject visits domain. Depending upon what element you are looking at, you are going to have various things. Correct? First thing. Second, we have also understand that my subject elements domain nature is going to be, it is going to store one record per subject per element. Now we talked about from where I can get my element details. Second part. So if I consider my element details are coming from the trial elements domain. We also have the subject information, and the subject information you are going to get it from DM domain. Am I correct? So DM is the one which is going to have information about what are going to be my structures and their behavior. Correct? Right. In addition to that, if I want to mention my element, I need to know the details about start dates and end dates. When it comes to DM have details about my ICF signed, when the subject has signed the ICF, this details will be available here. Treatment, when it comes to the treatment, when my treatment started, and when my treatment end. Correct? The start details as well as the end details will be available. Again, the start end details both for planned and actual. Both planned and actual. What is planned and what is actual? The planned is nothing but your RFS or RFE, whereas your actual is nothing but RFX and RFXS and RFXE. Correct? What is missing here? The details that are missing here is going to be my elements are generally, in general, my elements are going to be screening, we have treatment, and we have follow-up. My treatment details are coming from one. How about my screening and follow-up? These details also required, right? So to get these details, we will go with the one more domain, which is nothing but the subject visits domain. Same, my follow-up details also will be available under the subject visits domain. Correct? So this is the reason I need to depend on these three domains. What are the domains that are required now? Now I can come to a conclusion that if at all I want to go with my subject elements domain, my input data sets are here. What are my input data sets? The first one is going to be, I need to go to my DM for subjects and treatment dates. And I need to go to subject, sorry, which one? The trial elements domain.
You didn't see the bread again.
I need to go to trial elements domain. So the trial elements domain, which will give the element details for the study. And then the last one, you are going to have your SV domain. My SV domain is going to have my subject visit details. Correct? So without even going to any of the specification Excel, we have come to a point where if at all I want to go to subject elements domain, if I want to prepare my subject elements domain, these are the various things that I would need. Is that correct and clear? Can I have a quick confirmation? Every one of you. So up to this, all of you are clear, right? Because we haven't do anything here. Whatever our code is going to be, or whatever is going to be the basic details about my subject elements, as it is, we have defined here. Is that correct? All of you are clear up to this? Yeah, we'll go step by step and we'll go slowly. So that for that reason only, I'm asking all of you. This is the very first thing that we need to understand. What are going to be my input data sets? All right. Cool. Since all of you are clear with this particular one, I'll take this particular one and I'm going to update it in my domain. Maybe here itself, I'll take one more program. So here I will write all this. All right, here it is. So we understand that subject elements, this is going to be the details about what DM consists of and what from where I can get the element details, what is my TE domain consists of, in general, what are going to be my input data sets. Maybe you can just keep it as a reference. Okay. So we have understand that to prepare our input data, this is mandatorily required. These are the ones which we needed. So to prepare this particular one, we are not going to any of your specification Excel or anything. First, I want to have the basic data ready. This is my basic data. Okay. Now we will start with the regular coding. Maybe hardly it will take 1 hour. So, but you can have end-to-end coding we can do now. So first I will go with the options. Under the options, define your global options. What are the various options we have? So we have options. I want to have my data sets compressed. All right. And I also want to have my, which one I can go with? Formatter. And I can also go ahead with the third one, which is nothing but any missing values, just have it in this format. These are the general options that we are writing for everything. Okay. I want to clean up the work library. So to clean up the work library, what I can do, I can use the rock data set. So I'll just go with rock data sets and my library is equal to work. And I don't want any list. I want to clean all of them. That too, I want to clean only if the member type is equal to data. And I don't want any list. So no details. Just go with run and quit. So this is going to clean up my complete work library, right? So let it get connected to my, what to say, your server, and let's kill all this. And meanwhile, we can also do one thing, which is nothing but from where I have my data. Now I can see everything is clean, perfect. So now I'm going ahead with the next one, define libraries. I want to define my libraries. So generally, I want to see where is my raw data set here. Is all my raw data? First thing I need to take it. Second thing I need to take here is going to be, so see this projects, project one, and in this I can see, is it there? No. So this project one. Here is what my raw data is, right? So this is my raw data. Take it. So I can simply say that my library name is raw, and here is going to be my raw data set. And we have already converted few of the data sets, right? Like DM and all we have already converted, and I would need the DM data set for my purpose, correct? So for that reason, I can see that all my converted data sets are here, SDTM. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this as SDTM in. The reason for that is I'm going to use only the demographic data set here. And once I have created my output data set, instead of updating this year, I'm going to update in the specific batch. But now, since we are going with the August, so in the August, here is what my SDTM is. Here is what I want to place it. All right. So I'll simply say that my lib name, and here SDTM out. This is my standard folder for the output. I want to keep it under this one, a specific folder, right? So all my three libraries also done. Okay. If I refresh it, I must have all of them here. So raw, SDTM in, and SDTM out. Then I'll go with the next one, which is nothing but once my library definitions are done. So what we can do, can I say that directly, can I prepare all my data? First of all, I would need, oh, let me copy this. First, what we need, I would need the data for subject elements domain. That is nothing but first I would need DM data. The DM data we have already created, right? We have already converted the DM data, right? If I go to SDTM IN, I can see that my converted data set DM is already available. All right, so I can directly take this particular one. So to take this, all I'm going to do is I'll say prepare DM data. It is already there, right? So all I'm going to do is I simply go with proc sort. I'll say data is equal to SDTM in dot DM and out is equal to, and I'll simply go with out is equal to DM underscore base. My DM base, I can call it as a DM underscore base. Okay. And by, I'm just going to do the conversion here itself. That is nothing but I'm going to sort the data here itself. You might be asking, Murli, why you are going ahead with the sorting here? Why can't you create by using the data step? You can all, generally we do like this, right? You go with the data step first, and in the data set, we are going to set what is going to be my SDTM in followed by the DM and run, right? You can ask me, Modi, why you are doing this instead of the other one. The reason is going to be, if I do this particular one at a time, I can also sort it so that I can utilize this particular data set for merging directly. That is the only reason why I'm going with the sorting here, correct? All right. So once I have this particular data, I can go ahead with my screening data. I'll say that prepare screening data based on what? Based on which one? SV data set. So how do I identify screening? Screening is, okay, when visit number, there is a variable called visit number equal to 1, then screening. When element or epoch, when I say that when epoch is equal to follow up, simply I can say that when epoch is equal to follow up, then what it is? Then follow up. Am I correct? This is what we understand. Prepare screening and follow up data, both of them. For both of them, the source is going to be subject to visits only. Serious. So here you can see screening is nothing but visit number is equal to 1, right? And wherever follow up is nothing but I have the follow up. For the follow up, I'm just going to take the approach, because under the follow up, as per our study, we have two types of follow ups. One is going to be treatment of cure, POC. The second one is going to be late follow up, LFU. Later on, out of these two, 17, visit number 17 is the one which we can consider as follow up. But initially, we take both of them. All right. This is as per our study. As per our study, mean to say, if I go to our study, whatever the project that we are dealing with, in this particular project, it is clearly given that my project has only 3 elements, namely screening, treatment, and follow up. And under the follow up, it has 2. One is treatment of cure, another one is going to be late follow up. So that details are available under documents, protocol. And if I go to the protocol here, and LFU, additional objectives. Here it is. Can you see this? If you look into this particular diagram, so this is what my screening is. I'm going to do the randomization here. And when it comes to the treatment, we are going with the 2 different drugs, but this whole thing will be called it as your treatment. And then you're going to have your treatment is going to end here. After the treatment, if you look into this follow-up period from here to here, if you look into this, I have 2 follow-ups here. One is treatment of cure. The other one is going to be late follow-up. Both of them will be falls under the same thing, which is nothing but both of them are nothing but my follow-up only. All right. So both of them we will consider. Later on, we are going to pick only the treatment of cure as my follow-up. That we do later. So this is specific to our study, not every time. This is specific to our study. And these details are given here itself. So your treatment of cure is nothing but 5 to 10 days after the last dosage of the drug. And your late follow-up is nothing but day 30 plus or minus days. Right? This is your diagram. All right. That's the reason we are going with both of them here. So now again, I'm coming back to my coding. So both the details are available right here. So I'm going to write both of them at a time. What are them? The first thing is going to be, I need to prepare my screening data. Number 2, I need to prepare my follow-up data. So I'll simply go ahead and I'll say that I'll take this particular one. I'll write 2 times. So SGTM in, for both of them, my input is going to be SV only. But when it comes to the output, there is a small difference. What is that? My output is going to be SV screening 1, and the other one is going to be SV follow-up. I can give any name, right? But how to take it? I need to apply the conditions. What are the conditions? The condition here is going to be where I can simply say here, this is nothing but whatever my SV, it is nothing but my visit number is equal to 1. And this one, I'll go with where my approach is equal to follow up. Am I correct? My approach is equal to follow. Am I correct? So now I'm going to run both of them together. So I'm going to get my details. What are the details I'm going to get now? The details that I'm going to get here is going to be, I'll have the details about who and all falls under the screening and who and all falls under the follow-up. Now you can see, and you can see there is some unscheduled follow-up. Those also will be part of it. But remember, wherever I have unscheduled, you are going to represent them with dot something that follow the previous one dot something. That can be 0, 1, 2, 3, or it can be 1, 2, 3. The numbers can be anything. If you look into our class examples, I have given the examples like 4.2, 4.3 like this. Here it is 17.01, 17.03 like this. But this is all your late follow-up, or it is going to be treatment of cure. The screening is going to have only the details about the, all right. And you can also do one thing here. If at all, if you feel like there might be any duplicates, you can also remove the duplicates here. But removing the duplicates at subject level is different. Once you have this particular data, you can run that particular one. That is, you can simply say proc sort data is equal to this. I can go with no dup by underscore all underscore. The same thing I can also do here for this particular one for the follow-up. If at all any duplicates are there, it will run. What happened? I have written 2 times. Yeah, right. So let's run up to this. So you must not have any of the duplicates now. Right? Let's check, are there any, what happened? No dup. Oh, second one I haven't write it. Okay. No dup. If at all any duplicates are there, all the duplicates will be eliminated. I don't think so there are any. 0 and 0. No duplicates. All right. So this is up to preparing the data. That is nothing but my 3 data sets, whatever I have mentioned, are already available here. Correct? Now, what is the next thing that I'm going to do? We understand that, right? If at all, if I go to my subject, sorry, my DM domain, if I go to my DM domain, there are possibilities that, refresh. Oh, DM domain, I haven't run it, seems. Now we can, right. If you go to the DM domain, there are possibilities that for few of the subjects, my RFIC DTC RF inform consent date might be missing. It is only the case, right? It may happen, but for the same subject, if informed consent date is missing, but if the same person's screening date is available in the subject visit, we can update it. That is, we know that most of the cases, 99.99% of the cases, on the same day of your, on the very same day of your informed consent form signed, the screening will happen. So by taking the particular assumption into the consideration, we will do one thing here. What is that? Update informed consent sign date with subject visit start date or screening date. I can say that here, update informed consent sign date in DM domain with screening date from SV domain if RFIC DTC is missing in DM. Is that make sense? What I'm trying to do, wherever my RFIC DTC is missing in the DM domain, we can update that particular one with the screening date. That is nothing but the screening date in the SV domain is nothing but SV STD. All right. So that is what we are going to do now. So to do this particular one, I can simply go ahead with, because all my screening data as well as my demographics data, both of them are already sorted. I can simply go with data DM underscore base underscore 1, and I'll say that merge. I'll go with DM underscore base which is nothing but my n is equal to a, and I'll also go with screening SCR. Here I don't want to bring my complete data. I just want to bring only the required stuff. The required stuff is nothing but n is equal to b, and I'm going to keep, because I'm interested only in the subject visit start date and time in the character format, nothing else. So I want to do the merge. For merging I required unique subject ID, and to bring my data I required SVSTDTC. The moment I do it, after my calculation, I want to drop this. I only want to update my data. RFIC DTC value alone, I want to update it. Rest of the things I don't want to do here. So I'll bring both the data first, and I'm going to merge it based on the unique subject ID. Once I'm going to do it, I'll just go with the left join. Once I go with the left join, I need to ensure that wherever, if RFIC DTC is missing, wherever my RF, if missing of RFIC DTC, at the same time, my subject element data should not miss for them, and not missing of this. Then I want to update my RFIC DTC as my subject visit start date and time. Since I'm actually taking this directly from the screening, I don't find any issues. Correct or not? I'm not taking all of them. I'm just taking this only from the subject visits domain. That too for the screening, visit number is equal to 1. So only if it is missing out and only if the screening is there, it will get updated, right? So you can see that while starting, I have 28 observations. Even after that, I'm going to have only 28 observations. There are no updates in the number of observations as well. Clear? And all of you are clear why we have done this. The only reason that we have done this particular one will be, I want to ensure that these details must be available. I don't want my RFIC DTCs missing, since I have a facility of updating my screening date as the informed consent date. In the cases where my informed consent date is missing in the DM domain, I have taken this particular advantage here. Then the next thing I'm going to do here is here itself, we'll also do one more thing. That is, if I look into my follow-up, right, this follow-up domain will be having only subject visit start date and end date, correct? But it doesn't have information about what is going to be my reference start date and time and what is going to be my reference end date and time. There are two ways I can handle it. One, either I can bring my DM domain reference, study start date and reference end participation date. Yeah, one way I can bring that. If not, maybe if you feel like Murli, that is like too much of data, why should we do it for now? Don't do it. Let's prepare the base and later on you can work on it. That also will work. I mean to say, I don't need to mandatorily bring my RFSTDTC as well as the other one directly here. But if I look into my subject elements domain, my specification Excel, if I proceed now, in the specification Excel, there is one thing. Can you see this? Subject element start date and time in character format, correct? And when I go with this particular one here, you can see a few details. What are them? Take this. They're saying that if it is screening, then your data must be RFIC DTC. Fine. If it is going to be treatment, then it is going to be from the DM domain I required RFST DTC. So the DM domain data I would require here, right? My DM domain data I would require, right? That is the one reason I will bring it. But obviously this particular data is present in the DM base. So even if you bring it or not, it won't make much impact. There is another one. There is one more calculation I need to do it here, which you can call it as your subject element end date. For this I required RF end participation date. I require RF end participation date. So to bring the RF end participation date, at least I need this data, right? So in previous coding style, what we have done is we have brought RF STDTC as well as your RF PENDTC. These two, we have brought it into the follow-up domain, correct? We have updated here in the follow-up domain and we have proceeded it. If you feel that, Murli, that might be the confusing thing. If you feel that, you don't need it. We will stop that. We will go in a classic approach itself. That is, we don't need to think of what are the variables. Generally, we don't see that, right? So we don't need to go with that. Since we know, we understand that my data is going to be coming from only these three domains. The trial element details are part of my specification itself. For the subject visits, I have already got my screening and follow-up details. For the demographic details, I have already got the DM details. So with this information, ideally we can proceed. Later on, we can work on it. So I will say that prepare my base data. You understand, guys, what I'm trying to say? We don't need to be futuristic and see all your columns and calculations, then bring all the variables up front. Generally, what we do in our previous approaches while we are doing the coding, what and all the variables we are going to get it, we will bring it first. Later on, whatever the variables have the dependencies, we are going to bring those details later. That is how we have proceeded, right? So we don't need to be exceptional. We will proceed with the same way. That's what I'm trying to say. No need to get confused. No need to bring all the variables up front. We can do one by one. Is my approach understandable to all of you? Can I have a quick confirmation? Everyone? We're just going with the regular approach. Don't bring the variables unnecessarily upfront and don't get confused, right? Go in a classic way. All right. Perfect. Thanks for the confirmation. Now prepare SC data. SC data or SC base data from DM base and SV follow up. You might be wondering, Murli, why you haven't taken subject visit screening data? The reason is very simple. The subject visit screening data already I have updated in the DM based one. See, I only need the screening data that I have already updated it, right? So that's the reason I'm not going to consider my screening for now. I'll go with the DM based one and I'll go with the subject visit follow up. So let's proceed with that particular one. So here I'll say that data, I'll go with subject element base data, and my information that I need to get it here is going to be set. One is DM base. I'll just call it as n is equal to DM. And the second one, I also have one more data set, which is nothing but subject visit follow up. And here I just call it as the n is equal to SV. Or I can also call it as follow up FWT. That's it. Only two of them. And let's say run. Okay. So my both the variables will be available here. So here we are going to consider few things. What are them? We understand that here we go one by one. My first element is going to be study ID, second is domain, third is unique subject ID. Let's take all these three at a time. These are going to be the three variables that I'm going to work on. Study ID, the second one is going to be domain, and the third one is going to be unique subject identifier. Domain, you know, directly you can assign, which is going to be SC, right? Whatever the variables I want to have it here, let's have all of them. Later on we can drop it. Study ID, we know that for the entire study across all the domains, my study identifier remains going to be the same. So we have already calculated this in the DM. So from the DM, I would like to take it. So here I'll say that prepare macro variables, and that too here study identifier. Okay, how to get it? So I'll simply say that data underscore null underscore. I don't want to create a data set at all. My set supposed to be which one? SDTM in dot within this what I need to go with DM domain. Again, I don't want to bombard my system. I'll say that keep is equal to, I just want only the study identifier here. That too, I don't want all the variables. I just need all the observations. Just take one observation because my study ID remains going to be the same. I'll simply go with calls input X. Under the calls input X, I can simply go ahead and update my study identifier details here. Study identifier is the macro variable that I want to create based on the study ID variable. That's it. Am I correct? So once I run this particular one, I must be able to see my study identifier. So I'll say that percentage put study identifier is, I can simply see this particular details. All right. So let's run up to this and see whether I'm able to get the data correctly or not. And we can see my study identifier is ready, right? So this is just to avoid the calculations. So whatever we have here, the same thing I'm going to update under the study identifier, correct? What's the next thing? Once the study identifier is there, then I need to go with the subject ID. So what we have understand for the subject ID, the subject ID, I have to go with the pretty much same calculation that we have in the DM. So now we can see this is what they have mentioned, must match with DM. I'm going with the DM. In the DM, it is mentioned that my unique subject identifier is like this. What are your calculations? Take study ID, take 4 digits from the subject, take last 3 digits from the subject. Concatenate all of them with hyphen, correct? So how to handle that particular one? I'll just go with the concatenation. For that, I'm going with the catex. After that, study identifier, just now I have done. After that, we have a variable called subject. You can see here, even if you go to the DM base, you can see, well, not in the DM base. Hey guys, 1 second. I think we don't need to do this. Unique subject identifier will come directly, right? I don't need to do this because my data is already, I'm taking this from the DM base one. My DM base already have these details, right? My subject details are getting from here only. My unique subject identifier is already there. It's already there. I don't need to do any separate thing for it because I'm taking the data from DM base only. These 444 observations only I'm taking it. So I don't need to prepare this one separately. It already exists. I don't need to do this. Am I correct? Team, you
Yes, sir.
understand what I'm trying to do? Yeah.
Sir,
Even the study.
then,
Yeah,
sir,
that's what I'm.
then study ID also we are taking from DM only, right, sir?
Exactly.
Then by
That's what I'm about to say. Even the study ID I don't need to do because the
yes,
DM already have it. The DM already have it. I don't need to do this. But I have to do one more here. I need to drop the domain because both of them already have the domain details, right?
yes,
Drop is equal to domain. Here also I need to drop the domain because this one will have the domain as SV. This one will have the domain as DM. I need to drop them. Correct? So I just need to take the calculation only for the domain now. Study identifier will come as is from my demographics. Unique subject identifier also directly comes from the demographics. So I don't need to calculate them at all. Right. Sequence number, we are going to do it at the end. It is a chronological order. Group ID, I don't have any calculations. It's a permissible variable. We can drop it. SC ref ID, I don't have it. SC sponsor ID also, I don't have it. Now we need to go with the element code. This is what my element code is. And element code and element details are given here. Right. And it is clearly given that these details are based on TAETORD. The TAETORD is nothing but what is my element order as per your trial arm data set. So I have only 3. What are them? Maybe I can also hide this because these are already striked out. And if I simply put it in a proper order, this is what my data is. I have screening, treatment, and follow-up. So wherever it is going to be the screening, I have to update my TA, ET, ORD, ET, CT, element, and approach. 4 details I have to update. Correct? For 4, they have given the details. Yeah. So what I need to do here, I can simply say that 4 values I have to update for each of the element. But how to identify them? Now I'll come back to this. Now let's run this particular one. I have a lot many details here, right? Which one it is? It is going to be SC base. You can see there are a lot of details. So wherever my informed consent date is not missing, RFIC DTC has 2 things. What are them? The person has signed the informed consent. Can I say that wherever my informed consent date is not missing, can I say they have completed the screening? They signed the consent, they have attended the screening. So can I come to a conclusion that the people who have not missing RFIC DTC, then all of them will be considered as my screening subjects. The subject has successfully enrolled into the screening element. Is that correct? Everyone, can I have a quick confirmation now?
Yes, sir.
Or yeah. So from the DM data, we are understanding that people who are completed my RFIC DTC, that is non-missing of RFIC DTC, they are into the screening element. Non-missing of RF STDTC, all right, or precisely speaking, not even RF STDTC, it's supposed to be RFX STDTC. Am I correct? It is not even RF STDTC, it's supposed to be RFX STDTC, because RF STDTC is only planned, right? I have planned it before the study itself, okay? But there is a small clause again here. I can still consider RFSD because for this particular subject, I have planned to have the study drug on this particular day and time based on the randomization. Correct? Only after the randomization only we can apply, we can say that what drug the subject is going to have it and when they are going to have it. Correct? We are going to assign them only after the randomization, right? So what is the meaning then? The subject has not left the study after the screening. Instead, he cleared the screening. After clearing the screening, he also completed the randomization. Since he have completed the randomization, then only we are going to have the RFSTD details for him. Is that correct? The approach is correct. Can I have a quick confirmation? Everyone. So why we are considering them? All of you are able to understand this? Yes or no?
Sir, can you please explain once again, sir, regarding
Sure,
that
sure.
RFSTDTC and
Okay. See, the question here is going to be, I have DM. In the DM, let's understand step by step. When the person is going to have RFIC DTC, the subject is going to have this particular date. Only after signing, then only the person is going to have this particular date. We are going to record the informed consent date signing only if the person enters into the study and sign the consent form. Correct? And we also understand that if anyone, if this is missing, but still, if they have the screening date from the subject visit, we are updating the screening date as a signed date. That is, end of the day, whoever signed the informed consent form or whoever cleared the screening, whoever appeared for the screening, not the clear, whoever appeared for the screening, for all of them, screening date and RFICD date will be available. Is that correct? Yes or no, guys? Everyone. So can I say that if anyone does not they don't have, sorry, for anyone, if RFIC DTC is exist, for anyone, if this date is exist, I can solidly say that they have appeared the screening, correct? They are part of the screening element, correct? Everyone, functionally, whoever is not missing the RFIC DTC, that is, they are part of the screening element. Now, they have appeared the screening. In the screening, you are going to have your inclusion and exclusion criteria. Whoever not meet this, they will be dropped, correct? Whoever cleared it, they will be entered into the randomization. After the randomization, we are going to assign for each of the subject a number, a randomization ID. That randomization ID is the one which is going to suggest that whether this particular guy has to get a placebo, or in our study it is going to be LEPA, or it is going to be MOXIE, correct? So these three, and when each of this supposed to be taken, when we are planning, the planned date will be available. And can I say that that planned date is nothing but your RFSDTC, sorry, RFSDTC. So each subject will go here, here, and there, and the planned date is nothing but RFSDTC. So my planned date will come to the subject only after the randomization. Is that correct? Everyone, you understand this flow, right? See, DM domain has, yeah, DM domain has this data and this data, no doubt about it. But how we are recording it, how we are storing that particular data, this is the flow, right? The flow I am explaining it. If anyone not made this, they don't have RFSDTC at all. Since they don't have RFSDTC, they won't be part of the treatment arm at all. Since they have the RFSDTC, the meaning is they have cleared the screening, they have cleared the IE, and they have also completed the randomization, and then they have the planned start date. Is this logic understandable to everyone?
Sir, I have a question here.
Please.
So, uh, so if for suppose there are 150 subjects that cleared the screening, they all went into randomization. So, I mean, 50 went into different trial arms, A, B, C. So for all the A's, will they define this as RFSTDC differently for each subject, or because it is planned, no sir, for this arm it should be like this, will they do that, or the RFSTDC values are different, no sir, for everything? It's
Yes,
not the same.
the day will be the same, the time will be different. See, it is purely depends upon the statistician. Statistician is the one who is going to do this randomization, right? So he is going to group the people into the different trial arms. In each different trial arm, see, for all of them, there is no doubt my RFSTDTC will be within the same day, on the same day. Only the timings will be changing. Let's say if your statistician decided that, no, I don't want to give the randomization, I want to go ahead and I want to assign the same start date and time for everyone. Possible. Possible. Let's say that 200 subjects are there. 200 subjects are going to give the same plan date. Nothing wrong in that. Nothing wrong in that, right? Then
Yes.
I'm going to have RFXSTDTC. That is what the original exposure to the study treatment. All right. Clear, right? Your question. Now let me go with Mohanty.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay. Mohanty, your question is, why not I have, this is the discussion I have started. Why not RFSTDTC? Why can't you take RFXSTDTC?
Oh, no. What I'm saying is, let's take both, like with the or, so that suppose RFSTDTC is missing, then we can take RFX STDTC. That's what I was thinking.
Okay, let me tell you. From the technical perspective, what you are telling is correct. I'll give you one more additional class for this. Why we will be going only with one. See, after the randomization, right? Once the subject, the moment your randomization is completed, end of randomization is nothing but my start of treatment. Is that correct? We'll go
Yes.
one by one. Right. So what is the meaning? Randomization is done means the moment it is done, the subject is entered into the treatment. So where, in which approach he is? He is into the treatment approach. Right. In the treatment approach, based on what I'm telling, the moment you have RFSTDTC, my randomization is completed. So he is into the treatment. Whether he has taken the treatment or not is the second case. He entered, the moment we completed the randomization, the subject is officially into the treatment element. Correct or not? Now the chances why RFSTDT is not taking means, let's say, after he entered into that, let's say for some reason he got an adverse event, a serious adverse event, and let's say that it leads to death. Then what will happen? He is no more, he is dead. He don't have RFSTDTC. But in which element he did? In which element he did? He actually did in the treatment element. How do you know that? Based on RFSTDTC. If I consider missing, non-missing of both, right? Now I can say that he entered into the RFSTDs, he entered into the treatment, but he haven't taken the study drug at all. Before he take the study drug itself, he expired. So what will happen to him? We will be missing his element, where he is actually, in which element he is dead. We miss those details. Correct or not? All we need is what happened, what are the outcomes we are least bothered in the SDTM. That part will comes under your Adams. The analysis part will enter into the Adams. What my SDTM will deal, my SDTM is only deal with the data, whether it is recorded or not, only that piece it is. So now you understand why I'm taking only RFSTDTs and not RFXSTDTs, everyone?
Yes. But suppose the RFSTDTC is missing.
If RFSTDTs is missing, the meaning is the subject haven't entered into the treatment at all. That is, he haven't come to the randomization.
No,
what are the chances?
Suppose data error.
Okay. Data error, still we don't consider.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Mohanty, think about it. The subject comes to the treatment, but the data is missing. Who is responsible? The CDMT. We only go with what is the recorded data. Correct?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. Bhargav.
Sir, one small doubt, sir. In crossover studies, RF STDTC will different, right, sir? Subject to subject.
No. I got your question. Wonderful. Thanks for asking it. See, let's say parallel study. In the parallel study design, let's say there is a subject 111. Throughout all the study, he is going to get only placebo. So my RFSTDTC will be the same. When I have planned the first study treatment, that is remains going to be the same. After that, my week 1. After that, my week 2. Like this, how many weeks the study will continue? He continue to have the same placebo. But when is the first time we want to give his particular treatment to him? Will it change? No, right? Okay. Consider the crossover study now for the same subject, placebo. My RFSTDTC will tell you, what is the first exposure. The first exposure that can be placebo, right? For another subject that can be LEFA, for one more subject that can be MOXIE. My start date will be for the 111 subject. It can be either of the placebo or LEFA or MOXIE, any one of it. But when we have given the first one, when we have planned for the first one, that it is. After that, we have the week 1. In the week 1, you are going to have your washout period. After the washout period, let's say you are giving the LEFA to him. Again, you are going to have the washout period. Then you are going to have the MOXIE to him. Like this, you have given. But RFSTDTs is going to talk about what drug it is. It is not going to talk about it. when is the first study that you have given to him? Either it can be placebo, or it can be study drug 1, or it can be study drug 2. When is the first time you are planning to him? That details you are going to have. But when it comes to the regular study, you don't have these details. The RFSTDTC throughout is going to say only one. Either it is going to be week 1, or it is going to be week 2, or it is going to be week 3. Everywhere it is placebo. We are talking about what is the first study track we are planning. That date we are considering. Make sense what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
Anyone not able to understand, or anyone have any questions, please feel free to ask. All right. Now we have come to a conclusion that anyone who is not missing the RFIC DTC from the DM data set is going to be called it as screening. Anyone who is not missing the RFSTD from the DM base, we can consider them as the treatment element. That is, approach is going to be treatment. So these are the 4 elements now. Copy them, come back here. I'll simply say that if my DM, if the data is coming from the DM base 1, if DM, then do what I have to do here. In this case, my first condition is going to be if these guys are not missing, if not missing of RFIC DTC. That is the reason we have updated anyone missing RFIC DTC. We have updated with the subject elements, subject visit, start date and time with visit number is equal to 1, so that no one will be having the missing date until and unless they have dropped out. Until and unless, right? If not missing of RFIC DTC, then do what and all I have to take it here. 4 elements. What are the 4 elements? These 4. What are the details that are given here? These 4 values I have. Correct? My TAET is equal to 1. My screening is equal to element is equal to screening. Sorry, ETCD is equal to screening. Element is also equal to screening. Approach is also equal to screening. These 4 details we have directly get it from the specification Excel. With these details, I need to create the output, correct? Because all these values, with all these values from the DM domain, I need to create my first record. If I don't use output, it will overwrite it, correct? That is what the meaning of this. You can see the same thing we have also seen here. My element code, element, TAETRD, and approach. These 4 values I'm directly updating this. Is this understandable? Okay. What is the second case? If not missing of RFSTDTC, for all these people, my TAETRD is equal to 2. And then here I have the details about treatment, TRT, I need to take it. Treatment, and TRT. Done. So from the DM domain, I have only 2. The people who have not missing the RFIC DTC updated as a screening. The people who are not missing the planned treatment start date, update it as treatment. Output is also done. What else? This is the first one. Now, if the people are coming from the follow-up, what I can say? Directly, all the people who are coming from the follow-up, I can simply say that my TAETRD is equal to 3. My ET code is nothing but follow-up. And it is also follow-up. That's it. Everyone, is this correct? Simple and straightforward, no formats, nothing. On a nutshell, this is how I am going to do it. Is that correct? So I go back to this particular one. Now I can say that from my, yeah, go ahead.
The data should be tripled, no, now?
Data should be?
I mean, the number of observations should be tripled, right? 3 times it
Definitely,
should have.
yeah, it will definitely be tripled. That's the reason at the start of the class I have given these details. You can see 1 record per subject per element. So there are 444 subjects will come from the DM, and for each of these 3 elements will be there. So approximately I'm going to have 444 into 3. That is what the nature of your subject elements domain, right? That is the reason you are going to have the sequence. DM domain, 1 record per subject. When it comes to subject element, 1 record per subject per element. Since each subject has the 3 elements, I'm going to have minimum of total number of subjects into 3. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Now I can come back to this, and I'm just going back to this and look at the data. So study ID, domain, unique subject ID completed. Group ID, these 3 are not required. So still I consider as a completed. Element code and element is completed. These 2 are also completed. I don't have any information about subject element unplanned description because it is not part of our thing. There is no unplanned description. So I consider this also done. So now I have SC, I'm going to do it at the end. So I have 4 more variables to deal with. That is subject element start date, subject element end date, subject element study day, that is study day of start of element, study day of end of the element. So for this, first I'll go with a study element start date. This is the one. And here I can clearly see that if element code is equal to this, then set this particular value to RF STDTC. All right. RF ICDTC already there, na? This is what you are screening, right? Element code is equal to screening, right? So for this, what we can say, my subject element start date and time in character format is equal to simply RF ICDTC. Correct? That is what they have mentioned here, right? If it is equal to screening, set to this. If it is equal to treatment, set to RF STDTC. Same thing I can take it. If it is going to be treatment, it is STDTC. RF STDTC. Done. When it is going to be follow-up, for the follow-up, set this to subject will element start date and time in character format only if my visit number is equal to 17. What is the meaning of that? Only 17 will come for the treatment of cure. For unscheduled visits as well as your late follow-ups, we don't want to set any data, right? So here I'll say that which one it is. It will be going with your if I can simply say that my visit number is equal to 17, then my subject element start date and time is equal to subject visit start date and time in care. Is that what they have mentioned? The subject visit start date and time in character format only if my visit number is equal to 17. Run this. I must have for everything 3 records. That is one case. And the main important thing, oh, my visit number, screening and treatment is okay. Visit number, let's see visit number is bringing or not. We are bringing that or not. That is what visit number is.
Each subject we are getting 2 records.
No. Visit number is also there. You can see all of them at the end because we have not sorted it, right? The order is going to be first we are going to have the screening, second you are going to have the treatment, third you are going to have the follow-up. That is how we have written the code here. See, these two from line number 92 to 113 is going to deal only with the screening and treatment. So that's the reason even in your output at the top, if you look into it, you only have the details about these two. You only have the details about these two. Okay, this visit number, I'll tell why it is wrong. There might be visit NUM. That's the reason you can see a blank there, but no changes in the data. My SC, SD, TTC will be there, element will be there, all the details will be available. And you can see first I'm going to have only the screening and treatment. At the end, I'm going to have the follow-up. And that too, under the follow-up, we have two elements, right? What are them? One is going to be the late follow-up, another one is going to be the TOC. Only for the TOC, you're going to have the data series. For the late follow-up, we don't have it because for this, my subject, my visit number is not 17. Only if the visit number equal to 17, I'm going to have the data. Is that clear? All the data is proper. Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Right? So can I say that from my this start date is also completed? Now end date. But if you see that for end date calculation, I require which one? PENDTC. I require information about RF PENDTC. So do you have RF PENDTC information here? Let's see. Because anyways, it is coming from the DM domain only, right? Here it is end participation date. I have end participation details here, right? So now update that particular one. So how to calculate that? Which one they have? Subject element end date set. Okay. So here it is not straightforward. There is a small logic again. See, only if it is a last element. My last element is nothing but follow up. For the follow up, it will be RFP ENDTC. For the other elements, for all other elements, it should be previous element. For all other elements, it is going to be subject element start date and time in character. Right? So what we need to do here is, let's say there is a 111 or this guy. So this guy has subject element start date and time in character format. I want to calculate subject element end date and time in character format for this guy. So what they're saying here is, for this particular one, we also have the RFP ENDTC. So this is subject. So for the 111, let's say 3 elements are there. ETCD. My ETCD is screening. My ETCD is follow up treatment. And here it is follow up. Now what they want to do is, for the last element, that is follow up, my subject element end date is supposed to be, for the last one, it's supposed to be RFP ENDTC. Whatever your RFP ENDTC value, take it. For the other ones, right? The previous element start date and time, they want to take it. The previous element start date and time. That I cannot get it in this fashion. So what we are going to do is, we will flip this. We will take follow-up as a first element. Then for the treatment start elements end date is nothing but my follow-up start date can be considered this as an end date. Is that correct? When my follow-up started, can I say that that is nothing but my end of the treatment? Because my subject element start date calculation, we have already completed it. So for all the elements, we already have the start dates. So if I take my subject element start date, which is nothing but my treatment end date, is that correct? Every one of you? Similarly, if I take my treatment start date, that's supposed to be my screening end date. Is that logic correct? Every one of you can have a quick confirmation. Team?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right? And we already have these details, right? Treatment start date, follow-up start date, screening start date, all the details are readily available to us. So what we are trying to do now is, we are taking one more element here, one more variable here. previous date and time. I'm just taking as a previous element date and time. Previous element date and time. So the previous element date and time, I'm just taking it as lag of SCDTC. So what is going to happen if I do this? For the first one, it is null because I don't have previous element. For the second one, my follow-up start date will become this one, correct? Yes. This is nothing but FWP start date. That is only my SCDTC value, right? For the screening, I'm going to have treatment start date. If I take the lag function, I'm going to get my values like this. Am I correct? So maybe to give a clarity, the first element alone, I'll change it. This is missing, null. Why? I don't have previous element. How I'm calculating this? I'm calculating like this, lag. If I take the lag of my current record, it automatically give my details. Is that correct? So what we'll do, what we are going to do now for SC and DTC, I'm going to take the PREDTC value here and here automatically, which is nothing but previous element start dates. Wherever FDP is null, the first element, that is nothing but as per the code, it is last element. As per our order, it is the first element. We are going to directly take the PREDTC. Correct? So what we are going to do now, I have to take two values. What are them? The first value I supposed to take is take PREDTC value, which is nothing but my lag of subject element start date and time, 1. Then for the first element, that is for the follow-up element, take my RFP ENTTC value. Correct? You understand why we are taking two values now? All of you? Can I do it now? Okay, let's proceed. But before we do this particular one, this is my base, right? So in this, what and all we required, can you see now? I just use the keep option here. So keep is equal to, I'm going with all this. SC, SEQ we can do later. These two we can later. This doesn't have it. We haven't calculated this yet. These three are not available. Can I say that these are the values? Subject ID, and we required unique subject ID, ET code, element, this one, TAETORD, and approach. So these are strictly for this one. Okay. In addition, what we needed further, we need RFP ENDTC value. And we also need RF STDTC value. Why? To calculate study start day and study end day. These are all the various values that are required. So let's go ahead. Done. Now, can we remove the duplicates at this particular one? Right? And also, after sorting, it will come anyways. Let's do this. Why for just give me a second for the follow up. I'm just a little concerned about the follow up. ETCD. Oh, sorry. For the follow up, I don't find RF STDTC and RFP ENDTC. This is something strange. Correct? You can see here. Not even for one. Oh, no problem. Anyways, it got updated here. We are least bothered about it. We have updated this. The STDTC is important to them. But for the same subject, right? It should come. Okay, let's take one subject. You understand what I'm trying to do here, right? When I look at this data, it is something fishy because for one of the subject ID, even any subject ID, if I take it, see, my RF STDTC is there, RFP NDTC is there, but from the follow-up, I don't have, oh, okay, got it. It is correct, only. Why? See, RF STDTC and RFP NDTC is coming from the DM domain, right? These two variables will not be part of your follow-up, right? Follow-up will be coming from the SV domain, right? Obviously, this won't be available. For that reason only, I'm updating the STDTC value from here. Perfect. Now, it is nothing wrong. All right. Now, if any of the cases in all these things, there is one more thing we need to update. Wherever, if my SCSDTTC value is missing, do I need to consider them? And you can see that all my SCSDTTC value, wherever it is missing, this is actually coming from, okay, it is just say null directly and take this data. I'm looking at wherever my SCSDTTC value equal to null. For all this, if you look into it, the data is missing from the follow-up only. And if you look into the reason for that, is these are coming under your late follow-up and unscheduled visits. You can ask me only how you confirm that. For that, what I will do is I will include my visit number. This is for your data analysis, guys. This is for your data analysis. I'm looking at all the possibilities of the data before we proceed with. Now you can see visit number is also available. Just a sec. Okay, visit number, subject elements base. Now go with your query builder. Look at your data. Wherever my SCSDTTC is missing, all these are follow-up, and you can see that what is my visit numbers for this? Let's take the distinct visit numbers. It can be anything other than 17. Correct? What is the meaning? Either these are unplanned or these are belongs to your late follow-up. As per our specification Excel, we have updated the follow-up only if the visit number is equal to 17. Right? For all other, you can see this and all other, we don't able to get the data, and this data is absolutely correct. This data is no more required for us. Correct? So at the end, we can say that here, wherever my SCSDTTC value is missing, if SCSDTTC is equal to missing, then delete. What data you're actually deleting? Unscheduled data as well as late follow-up data for the given subject. We are deleting it. Am I correct or not, guys? All of you? Is that making sense? Now, if you look into this, still we have any? This SC base. Just a second. This is SCSDTTC. It should not be missing. Let's see. It is not deleting any. Let's see why it is not deleting. SCSDTTC. Let's use if not. If not missing of, then only keep the output. $700. Something is fishy. Still, it is not taking it. Okay, let's do this in the next step. In that case, maybe the outputs are not happening properly. We'll do here. The next step we can do. Okay. Here we'll say data SC base underscore 1 set SC base. If not, or if compress of strip of SC STD TTC is equal to this, then delete. So there is no way that it is going to have any data now. It should delete all of them. Yep, base 1. Now it is perfect. Correct? Now you can see only the visit number equal to 17 data is here under the follower, and I'm not missing any of the data under SC STD TTC. On other hand, I can also do one thing now. I'll just go with proc sort and I'll ensure that there are no duplicates here. Proc sort data is equal to SC base 1, no dupe, and I'm going to delete the duplicates at the all variables. So with this, my data will be ready. Still, SC NDTC is still missing. Still, we need to go with that particular one. All right. But here, at least I can say that my data is not missing. Okay. Now, to start with SC ENDTC, what is the condition for that? I need to flip this. Correct? Do you remember this? I want to flip this particular one. I want to have my follow up at the first place for each subject. Can I say I can take this particular one based on TAETORD? Sorting will be easy, right? My TAETORD for the follow up equal to 3, treatment is equal to 2, screening is equal to 1. So now I will say that I'll take the same code. I'll simply say that by unique subject ID and descending order of your TAETORD. So that what is going to happen? For each subject, I'm going to have the data now. See this? For each subject, first I have the follow-up, followed by your treatment, followed by the screening. Can you see this? Right? Now what I need to do? Now I will calculate a new variable, SC base underscore 2, set SC base underscore 1. Here I will say that I require two variables. What are them? Let's take this as it is. Let's take this as it is. I will just use an option of retain this one. Previous element, date and time in character format. And this value is nothing but lag of subject element start date and time in character format. And right, just use up to this. Just use up to this. And see this. Now, if you look into this, see for each subject, let's say only for the first guy, this guy, 101004. Now you can see my treatment start date becomes my screening end date, correct? My follow-up start date becomes my treatment end date, correct? That is what we need to calculate, right? And now, for each subject, for the first element, my data is missing, correct? For the first element, I can simply take RFP ENDTC value as the data. Am I correct? Everyone, am I correct? Right? But if you look into this particular one, yeah, but if you look into this particular one, for each of this follow-up, my PENDTC value is also missing. See this. Can anyone tell me the reason for it? The reason is when I bring this particular data here, see this, my RFP value, by default, we have taken for everything, right? For the subject visits data, that is SV, where I can get it, SV follow-up. For the SV follow-up data, do we have any RFP ENDTC? No, right? because this is coming from your subject visits, right? Your RFP and DTC data will come from the DM domain. Do you have any link between them? No. So how can you expect that RFP and DTC value will be available here? It wouldn't be available, right? So what should we do now? Wherever it is going to be follow up, for all the subject visit follow up, I need to join this particular one with my DM domain, and I need to bring the follow up date. That is, I need to bring the RFP ENDTC date. Is that correct? Team, you understand, right? Because in the yesterday's, while explaining the yesterday's class, I have directly taken this here. Can you see this? Update subject visit follow-up data set with RF STDTC and RFP and DTC. The reason for this particular one will be for the subject visit follow-up, I don't find the start date and end date. See here. Now you are into the same position. If I come to the SC base 2, for these two, treatment and screening coming from the DM domain. So I have my start date as well as the RFP and DTC data. But for the follow-up, these are follow-ups, right? For the follow-ups, I don't have the start date as well as the end participation date because these two are coming from the subject visit domain. So what should we do now? Can I update my subject visits data now with this data? Is that understandable, guys? Why we are doing it? Everyone, any questions, ask me. This is very important. So yesterday I went ahead, but today I want to show you step by step. So that's the reason we come to a position where you have your final data, but in your final data, start date and end participation date is missing because this is coming from the subject visit domain. So what should we do now? There are two approaches. Number one, this is my subject visit data, right? Right. Now, update RFSTDTC and RFPENDTC dates from DM domain for follow-up approach. This is follow-up approach, right? For follow-up approach records. See, all these are follow-up approach. Subject element base 2. All these are follow-up approach. For the follow-up approach, my RFSTDTC and RFPNDTC data is missing. Correct? So for these two, we need to update the data from where? I can update this particular data from the DM domain. Either I can update here, otherwise I need to update at the beginning. Since we don't want to update at the beginning, let's update it here. So what I can do now, this is my data. So proc sort data is equal to subject element base 2. I'll say that where I can say approach is equal to follow up. See carefully and what I'm trying to do here. Approach is equal to follow up. Out is equal to, this is nothing but only SC base follow up. Correct? Can I call this as SC base follow up? SC base follow up. And here in this particular one, I'll also say that drop is equal to RFSTDTC and RFPENDTC. So what I'm trying to do here is, and I'll say by unique subject type. All I'm trying to do here is, if I run this, you can see, I'm taking only follow-up data. See this? I'm taking only follow-up data. From the follow-up data, only for the follow-up data, I'm just taking, I just dropped my RF STDTC as well as my RF ENDTC value. That's it. Only for that, we just dropped it. Now the question is why you need it. Why you need it, right? The answer is going to be pretty simple. See, I already have the demographics data right here. Can you see DM base? DM base we have already sorted, right? Take this particular one and merge these two. That is now data SC follow up base underscore 1 merge SC follow up in is equal to A and DM underscore base in is equal to B. Here keep only unique subject ID, RF STDTC, RFP ENDTC by unique subject ID. If A, what I'm going to get now? Can I say for all of this, I'm going to get RF STDTC and RFP ENDTC now? See this? For all the follow up, it got updated now. Everyone, right? So what I can do now? Let's say data, my SC base 2 or SC base final, I will say. Now I will set this data SC base 2 where approach is not equal to follow up. All the not equal to follow up, I have dropped it. One follow up data and run. Team, do you understand what I'm trying to do now? Now can I say that for everything I have the data? Now sort it, you can see. Now can you see this? For each subject you have only 2 are there. Where is the third guy? Unique subject. Oh, I'm looking at the final. Sorry. Thanks, Bhavani. Now you can see for every subject I have the data now. 3 to 1, 3 to 1, 3 to 1, right? Now is it clear? I can do one thing here. This calculation, if you want, we don't need to do that here. You can cut this calculation for now. And I can take this one as base 1. This is also as a base 1. Oh. This calculation we can do here. Okay. So now I will say that SC base 1, SC base 1, SC base 1. This we can call it as SC base 1. Correct? So SC base 1, SC follow up, this will become SC base 2. This will become SC base 2, SC base 2. I'll call this as final. Okay, I'll just tell you what I have done. Why unnecessarily 2 times I have to do the same thing? So I just have changed this a little. Now you have your SC base 2. Now you can see for each record, all the data is present. Here itself, I'm going to calculate my EAET RTC. Now you can see on this, I'm going ahead with this particular one. What I have to do now? If it is going to be first dot of subject, because I have already done this, right? Now I can say that if first dot of subject ID, what do you mean by the first dot of subject ID? Which is nothing but follow up. Then I can say that my SCENDTC is equal to RFPENDTC. Is that correct? My RFPENDTC value is equal to, my RFPENDTC value can be applied as a SCENDTC if it is a first dot of subject ID, unique subject ID. Yeah. In all other cases, my SCENDTC value is equal to PARDTC. Done. Now run this. Perfect. Now in my NDTC, you can see wherever my this is nothing but the follow-up. For follow-up, RFP NDTC value is applied. Correct? All other cases, my treatment, my follow-up start date is nothing but my end date. My treatment start date is nothing but the end date of this. Clear? Now is it making sense to everyone? So as it is, we are not doing anything. So wherever as it is, we go with the data. Wherever it is missing, we are trying to fill those gaps. So today, all of you are clear. Unlike yesterday, where we jump ahead and we have done it. Now everything is clear. We are able to get the data properly.
Yes.
Correct? Can I
Yes,
say
sir.
that subject? Yeah, subject elements is also clear now. Only these two calculations are still pending. Correct? Can we do this also right away? We can finish it. All right.
Sir, so follow-up dates you did not take from the visits. You just got everything from the DM only, right?
No. See, for the follow-up, only end participation date I have taken from the DM. That is what they have mentioned. For the follow-up, take end participation date from the DM. For the remaining ones, take the previous one. Meaning to say, as per you, my treatment end date is actually coming from a subject visit only, na? Follow-up domain only, na? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. Let's format this code. Now jump ahead, and still in this we have two more subject element start day. For the subject element start day, let's do the different approach today. Okay, slightly different approach. Actually, how we are going to do, we are going to do this from the DM domain. Correct? Let's go to the DM domain. DM anywhere AE. Okay, at least AE. It is AE nodes. Okay, let's go with the AE code. Anything we can take it. All we need is the calculation part. No. Just a second. Lab DM code complete. Yeah, I can take it. Yes, this is DMDY calculation. Okay, let's take this. Now, how I have to take it? This is what my study day calculations, right? So smartly, we can do in two different ways. Okay, let's take this whole stuff. My DMDTC is nothing but SCSDTTC, correct? It need to be calculated based on two things. What is that? One is SCSDTTC, another one is SCENDTC. But both of them, it is going to be reference start date and time, correct? So ideal case scenario is going to be, I can update this whole thing with this, and then instead of DMDY, I can actually call this as SCSTDY. One way of calculation is take this whole thing, duplicate twice. Instead of SCSDTTC, I'm going to take SCENDTC. From here, replace. And here it is going to be SCENDY. Correct? So if I run this, I'm going to get my output. That's it. But I'll tell you a different way of doing it, a little smart way of doing it. Okay, first let's run this. Now I got my SC start date, SC end date, both of them I have got it. Correct? For screening, it is on the same day, and for the rest of the things, it is going to be treatments 12 days, it is lapsed, and my follow-up happened for the 32 days. Absolutely fine. It is correct. Right? Now, come back to this. The same code, we can also write it in a different way. If you get confused,
Excuse me,
go
sir.
Yep.
I have a doubt. For calculating study start date and study end date, we will take RF STDTC reference start date for study start date and reference end date for study
No,
end date.
no. I expected this. This I have explained on the day before yesterday, but let me go with one more time. As long as you are going with SDTM implementation guide 3.2 for the subject elements, there is no study start day and study end day calculations at all. Those two will be null. That's the reason you don't even get it. But if you go to 3.4, in the 3.4, domains and go with the subject elements. Can you see the subject element start day and end day? Both the calculations must be on the reference start date only. This is defined in your guide itself. But if you go to 3.2, these two variables itself won't exist. Because in 3.2, there is no study day calculations at all. Subject elements. Subject element. If I go here, and if I go to the calculation, you see that there is no SCSTDY as well as SCENDY, correct? So only in the 3.4 it is there, but it is both should be based on the start date. That's the reason we have done this. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. So this is one way. So the other way of calculating this is, if I want to do it in a simple way, okay, and okay. So just I'm telling to you guys, maybe if you like it, you can go with this. Otherwise, you don't need it. I'll simply say that if not missing off this is nothing but your study start date, right? My study start date is not missing and not, no need all this, you can directly do it. See, this is your study start date and time, right? This is study start date, right? All you can do is, instead of whether this is going to be minus or plus, this +1 and all is there, right? All you can do here is, instead of +1, just put simply this whole thing, which is nothing but your study start date. I'll simply say greater than or equal to RF STDTs. That's it. All I'm trying to do here is, I'll just put like this. Similarly, for the end day, I'll put like this. So what is going to happen now? So this is normal. These two, study start date and end date. Now you can see for each record, if this value input of this is greater than this, if it is true means this value become 1. If it is false means this value becomes 0. So that you don't need to write these conditions. What I'm trying to say here is, take this. This is your first case. What I'm trying to do now is, I'm going with the same thing. Let's say this calculation itself, I'm not taking it. I'm directly putting that whatever the calculation, that if condition is there now, that I'm putting here actually. In both the cases, I'm just putting here. Instead of plus, I'll simply saying that this is greater than or equal to this. If that is the condition is true, this whole value within the braces will become 1. If this is not equal, if this condition is getting failed, this whole bracket will become 0, which is nothing but this and this. You understand what I'm trying to say? If you want, you can cross check. For now, I'll just put this as is and I'll run this. See, I got the same 12, 32, 1, 12, and 1, 1. Is the same data I got before also? For the first guy, 1004, 12 and 32, followed by 1 and this. Correct? The same data you got it, right? 1 and 12 and 1 and 1. Now see, I'll comment this particular one and I will uncomment this and I will run the code again. You are going to get the same output. Just a coding style. If you want to apply a different coding style, you can do it. 1232, 112, and 1. Both of them are. Make sense, guys? If you want to use it, you can use it. I felt good. Yesterday, I just have tried this. It went good. So if you want to have a try, you try this. Understandable or not? Team. If you feel difficult, you can leave it. This is just the coding style. All right. Still one more thing is pending. What is that? My final data set is not sorted yet. You can see first I have follow-up, then treatment, then screening. So if I want to calculate ST-SEQ, I need to do one more thing. What is that? To calculate ST-SEQ, I'm going to sort it. Rock sort data is equal to SC base final by what are my variables? What are my variables? Now I can look at this. Can I say my study ID? Anyways, it is going to be the same. For each subject I want to calculate, so unique subject ID will come. What next? My TAET ORD will come. 1, 2, 3. First TAET ORD 1, then 2, then 3. Correct? What next? My study element start date and my study element end date. Can I say these are my values? Yes or no? So what are all the values I'm going to take it now? I'm going to take by study identifier, though it is same. Second, I can go with my unique subject identifier, then TAETORD, planned order of the elements, my subject element start date, my subject element end date. These are my variables. If I run now, this is my data. Now you can see everything is proper, right? And you can see that in this my RF STDTC and RF PNDTC I don't want, right? These two are not the variables which are required anymore. I can also drop them. RF STDTC, RF ENDTC, not required. My final data is here, correct? Everything is calculated. So can we go ahead and we define the attributes? If I define the attributes, that is going to be the final work, correct? So how to define the attribute, guys? Even for that particular one, we have a nice logic. Let me tell you. So SCSEQ, oh, sorry, SCSEQ calculation is not over yet. That we will do at a time. At a time we do it.
Sir, Visitnum, okay, Visitnum you are keeping to calculate SC, SEQ, sir? Or
Oh, sorry.
it's
I
not,
don't need.
we already, TAET is there, no? TAET
TAETRD already there. We still doesn't require TAETRD also. Now everything is done. So directly we can, based on subject visits, we can do it. So I dropped it as well. So now what I'm going to do is, this is for labels. All these labels we required, right? Correct. So label we can keep it. What else we required? We'll do one thing. We'll go to Excel. Okay, these are all my variables. Variables and the labels are ready. What else we required? We require the lengths also, correct? So let's take the lengths. Here is what my lengths are. Take them as is. Put it here. Okay. What else we require? Nothing else. Okay. See, what I'm trying to do here is I'm going to use attrib. Do you know how the attrib works? Any of you? Any of you? Do you know how the attrib works? Of course, say, hey guys, sorry, almost 8 p.m. batch is about to start, but no problem. We can continue today. Maybe 8 p.m. batch we can stop for today. We can continue. Anyone know how this attrib works?
Just
Sorry, we can define the attributes. That is, you can define what is the variable name, what is going to be the label of that, what is going to be the data type of that, what is going to be the length of it. Everything you can define by using the attrib. So I'm going to use attrib. Now let's see what I'm going to do now is I'll say length also I require. So length equal to, okay. See, I'm just going with the concatenation now. I'll say attrib ampersand space ampersand. First I'll go with the variable. Here it is, ampersand space ampersand. This one I require. Do I require the quotes? Yes, I require the quotes because I'm going with the label now. For the label, okay, one more I require. Label equal to. I'm trying to reduce my work, guys, nothing else. So concatenate attrib, comma, study identifier, comma, length equal to, comma, in the length equal to, I need to go with character. All this, oh my, comma, character, comma, study identifier, comma, space, comma, study identifier. Okay, here and there are small things we need to do, but attrib study ID length is equal to character 200 followed by label is missing. All right. Okay, let's take this small changes we need to do, but we will do now. So wherever character is there, replace that with dollar, close. So now you can see attrib, the length is defined. Number, I can remove this, dot, 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 dot. This whole thing is going to be dollar dot. Again, this whole thing is dollar and dot. Number dot 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 dot, and I can remove this. I can remove this. Now look into this, guys. Attrib, under the attrib, what we have done, each variable I'm just trying to define it here. Under the definition also you can see clearly all I'm trying to do here is first I'm defining what is going to be the variable name, followed by what is going to be the length. Ideally this length, I don't need to do this in this. Okay, and I just started with the label. Wherever label is there, I just want to update this one as well. Control H. I'll just start with this like this. Now, end of this, I just need to put this one. I think if I apply this everywhere, they are good. That's it, right? Can I say that all the variables we have applied here? See, we have everything in the place now. And now if I copy this particular one and if I put it here, let's say my data SC underscore base, sorry, SC underscore final, set SC underscore base underscore final. This is the one. And here I have already started with everything. I'm going to define all my attributes here. After defining all my attributes, first I have to define them. After defining this, I need to go with this set. After set this particular one, all my by variables, correct? After all my by variables, I will need to go ahead with run statement. Still SEQ calculation I haven't done it, right? I just go ahead with the attribute and let's see. Now you can see all my variables are in the proper order now. And if I look into each of this, I'm also going to have the respective lengths and also have the labels. Everything is applied. What we need to do now? SEQ is missing here. That SEQ value alone I need to update it. Because these three we don't have a calculation. These three are permissible variables, no issues with that. SC unplanned description, no value for that. It is a permissible variable in our case. So for these four, we don't need to worry about it. Only SEQ I need to update it. So how to update the SEQ? I have already updated our, sorted already our data. So all I'm going to do now is, now I will say that if first dot of subject ID, correct? If first dot of unique subject ID, then I can simply say that my SEQ value is equal to 1. In all other cases, else SEQ plus 1. That's it. If I run this, now I can see SEQ value is properly updated and it is perfectly in line with PAETORD. Wherever it is not equal, then that is the case of your unplanned description. Correct? This is what your data is, guys. Everyone.
Yes, sir.
Right? So this is your end of your subject elements. So this one I can call it in my SDTM out. I'll call this as SDTM under OUT dot SC. Now the standard converted data set is here. Done. Now if I go here, so we have two data sets now, demographic and subject elements for your 6 o'clock batch. So two data sets we have done, correct? So this is the code that I need to run now. Save program. I'll just put it in your August 22 SC. I'll update it. Yes, we'll do that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. See you then.
Hello,
Yeah, Bardo.
sir. Previous classes videos and
I
that
haven't
raw
updated
data set
Bardo.
and
I
I
haven't
haven't.
updated Bardo. I'll
Yes,
do
sir.
it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, sir.
Don't worry. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.